Meeting, please come to order. Barbara, please call the roll.
We have Commissioners Berard, Fleming, Funderburk, Levine, and Noonan present.
This proceeding is broadcast on Channel 35. The exact broadcast times can be found by contacting Channel 35. I have no opening remarks. Madam General Manager?
I have none, sir. Perhaps later in one of the other items.
Comments from commissioners on agendized items and requests from commissioners relating to departmental operations? Commissioner Berard.
Well, actually, this is not on the agenda, but I just wanted to say that I was honored to be with Councilman Paul Kokorian last week as we gave out the very first checks to small businesses on Lankershim Boulevard that have really been devastated by the trunk line that's being installed there. And the people were just so delighted, and I think this is what this program is all about, and I think it was very well received. And I just wanted to mention how positive I am about this new program to retain business.
Wonderful. Thank you. Do we have any public comment cards?
Not for item 4, no.
Okay. Comments from ratepayer advocate on agendized items?
I will have a comment later on item 18, but it'll be
on
short.
Which one?
18.
Okay, we will look forward to it. Okay, we move to item 6, policy discussion. The discussion of 100% renewable portfolio standards and renewable integration. I understand we have one comment card on that, Barbara?
Yes. The speaker is Evan Gillespie.
Two minutes.
Great. Okay. Hi, my name is Evan Gillespie. I work for the Sierra Club. And I just wanted to start by saying congratulations and thank you to General Manager Edwards for her time and service. We appreciated your work, and you will be missed. The department was in good hands while you were running it, so thank you. This is a great discussion. Well, we're excited to hear what the board talks about today around 100% clean energy. I was in San Diego on Friday talking with folks about the work that city's doing to move San Diego to 100% clean energy by 2035. Salt Lake City has also adopted 100% clean energy goals. So this is really the right time to be having this conversation in Los Angeles. I wanted to make a couple quick points. One, in the IRP Advisory Committee, there's been this discussion of how we define 100% clean energy, and so we just wanted to say from Sierra Club's perspective, we think there's one definition, and that's 100% clean energy that runs on wind, solar, and other state-eligible defined renewable resources. There's some other sort of concepts for what 100% clean energy could look like, and we really view those as important stepping stones to ultimately eliminating fossil fuels. So there's a carbon neutral scenario. There's a net energy scenario where the city's producing as much clean energy as it's demanding, but there's still some fossil fuels in the mix. And again, we think that we would approach that from the place of sequencing how you move to first run the grid for a little bit of the day on 100% clean energy, and then how do you move to a carbon neutral grid, and then ultimately to really 100% clean energy. Another couple things about this. The conversation that you're going to have later today around the equity metrics is really, really critical, and we're looking at the equity component to this as well as 100% clean energy motion and the work the department is doing. We have to make sure that as we move off of fossil fuels, that the investments that the department is making are equitable, that there's equal access to jobs, that the programs, whether it's energy efficiency, rooftop solar, that every Angelino has an opportunity to participate. So we're glad to see these equity metrics moving forward. And we think they're really foundational to programs like moving the department to 100% clean energy. Lastly, as I mentioned before, we're in the IRP Advisory Committee, and one of the things that we've requested of the department is to look at a scenario going forward that doesn't build any new fossil fuels. And just very quickly, I know I'm out of time, but we think this is important to better understand the near-term investments the utility is making, whether you invest in new power plants, how much energy storage should do. They're not making long-term commitments to fossil fuels today that could become stranded assets in the future as we look to phase out fossil fuels. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mike, are you the presenter?
I'll be co-presenting.
Okay.
Actually, co-presenting.
We are all presenting. Good morning. And I'd like to introduce Simon Zudu, who is new to the power system over the last few months. He's taken over all of our strategic initiatives this being one of them, and many other strategic issues that the power system is trying to get done over the course of the next 6 months and beyond. So he will be discussing some of the implementation strategies today. So today, really want to discuss at a high level our vision for 100% clean energy and what that actually means, and really have a discussion this morning because it's the first time we've talked about it. So we are working aggressively to meet the compliance requirements of renewables to get to 50%. We've made tremendous strides to get off coal, Navajo leaving our system this year, which is a major milestone, and we're working very hard on IPP, and also really integrating our customers into how we integrate with them with demand response programs and renewable energy delivery and conservation measures. But what we want to do as we implement our IRP is make sure that we're keeping an eye towards the future, because we don't want to generate an IRP that locks us into a strategy and locks us out of possibilities down the road. And that's why it's important for this round to really have that future ahead of us so that our IRP can be as flexible as possible. So I encourage questions as we've done before. I think that it's really helpful, so don't hesitate to stop as we move forward. Okay, so just really a summary of the IRP process. Every 2 years, we go through a massive redo of the Integrated Resource Plan and pull in the stakeholders. And the Sierra Club mentioned they're part of the stakeholder process, advisory committee, to help form and shape. And it's made up not only of environmental groups, but we have policymakers, we have city council member representation, we have customer groups represented. And they are meeting on a regular basis to try to balance all those spinning plates to come up with an IRP that meets all of our objectives for the power system. And that work is in progress. However, what we're trying to do is build into the IRP sort of this visionary description that points a direction that could go beyond the 20-year planning horizon, which would end in 2036 for this IRP, but could go beyond that as we steer towards that future. And so some of the initiatives, we talked about 50% RPS in 2030. Electric vehicles are a major part of our integrated resource plan because electrifying transportation is so important to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. You'll hear us talk about the importance of that and how we hope to obtain credit for removing greenhouse gas emissions from the roadways. Energy efficiency. Here the conversations really, how can we use energy efficiency more from a capacity perspective and really shape it to meet those peak power loads. And you'll see local renewables as part of our plan, energy storage, and the continued elimination of coal. So while we started this visionary discussion, at the same time, the City Council is contemplating a motion in September. And the motion that they're contemplating is really to look at the research and development required to help us get to a 100% clean energy future. And so the motion says, look at partnerships. What can we do in partnership with EPRI, with local universities, with other utilities, with the CalISO, to advance clean energy technologies? And they're also looking at how we could maybe seek funding from other agencies. So, for example, the Department of Energy has some funding for new innovative technologies. And there are some private coalitions that have put together funding potentially to advance renewable energy. So while we drive research and development and partnerships, how can we also seek some external money to help support that? Now, the motion is 100% renewable energy, and they have not defined what that is. And I think what really starts is that for us, this is our moonshot. And it's really, for engineers, this is fun because we think about the future and what's possible, and we have to start putting those big building blocks together. And so it's energizing for staff to think about it, but the first thing is we have to define what the heck the moonshot is. It's put a man on the moon, bring him back, and bring him back alive. You have to go through that definitional stage to know what the heck we're trying to actually solve for. So we're proposing really two definitions today. This will likely morph over time, But the first definition is 100% fossil free. And what that means is that there's no coal, natural gas on our portfolio whatsoever. And in basin power plants that currently use natural gas, they won't be there burning natural gas. It's a mix of renewable energy and some new technologies. Maybe we'll see wave technology, other new renewable technologies be delivered down the road. And it's to make sure that we have enough energy to meet all of the customer expectations, all right? So this is one scenario that is a bit more aggressive to think about that. The one you just heard from the Sierra Club is even more aggressive than this because it would also take out large hydro, and any hydro plant above a certain size that would also not count to be 100% RPS as defined by the state. But this is a fossil-free scenario that we're really working on, thinking out how we could do this. The other scenario is to be 100% greenhouse gas neutral. And what this is it allows us to electrify processes, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, get credit for that, and offset any emissions we might have with a fossil fuel that we would use to back up the system to make sure that it stays reliable.
Hey, Mike,
Yes.
could you do kind of a brief overview? Because we talk about getting credit for things, and I'm not sure the board understands how the electric vehicles are not credited to us, how big hydro is or is not credited, and it has a lot of political underpinnings. So if you could summarize that real quickly.
Okay, so let's first talk about electrification of vehicles. Is that as we put in chargers and enable charging of vehicles, they're using the load from our system. And by us facilitating that, we believe that that reduction in greenhouse gas emissions is a credit that's formed that helps the state meet its overall goals. So what we've advocated for is that if there is a credit that's generated, in other words, they've reduced greenhouse gas emissions, that we can use that credit for our compliance under the cap and trade laws.
And currently we can't. And so that internal motivation for us to be able to move forward is removed, and you end up more with regulatory mandates, which I don't think are anywhere near as effective as creating the right kind of market signal. So going forward, we'll be seeking your help in those policy levels for us to get this credit for our contribution of reducing the greenhouse gas
And
profile.
how are those credits, who and how decides how the credits are what works and what doesn't?
Right. The primary focus on for that is the California Air Resources Board, because they're responsible for the cap and trade program. But as a state agency, they are influenced by many others within the state to help develop that program. But they're the primary focus as why we'd want to advocate at that group to get those credits.
And do they have complete discretion, or there must be some guidelines about what can and can't be creditable?
We believe right now they do have discretion as they develop a new program, and we've advocated this over the last couple of years, and there's others that are starting to advocate the importance to really foster electrification through these types of incentives so that the ones that are incentivizing and making this happen get some credit for compliance. So while I wouldn't say there's a lot of momentum, we would like to see that momentum grow, but it's a very important part of the discussion. And we are talking to some of the state consultants about this, and we're going to try to tie that back into the SB 350 discussions that the CEC is having, because we think that's also a vehicle if we can get the CEC to recognize these credits and help advocate on our behalf with the CARB. Now, the other question I think is important, because when you hear 100% renewables, we do think about wind and solar, but what's not counted in the state is large hydro. So all the energy that comes out of Hoover is not RPS. There's no
Meaning
emissions.
it's not counted as renewable power.
It's not counted as renewables. Our Castaic power plant is not counted as renewable power. So even though they're carbon-free, they would not be counted in 100% renewable portfolio standard type discussion. And that's why it's important for us, we think, to maintain the carbon-free goal, because then that would count as far as our objectives to be greenhouse gas neutral.
So what are the arguments for and against counting hydro as,
The biggest reason that hydro was excluded is that it takes the pressure off of agencies that have large facilities like Castaic, because LA could have gone and be done. So that was the reason they took them out. But there are some circumstances, particularly if you're trying to actually impact your overall footprint, where they should be included. But that's why they weren't to begin with.
it has nothing to do with any form of energy that is used to power the hydro?
No, it's just because a lot of hydro plants, we do pump storage, but it's really any hydro plant. I think small hydros are counted, but just not large.
It's 30 megawatts or less unless part of a delivery
They
system.
drew the line to make sure LA was on one side and the majority of utilities were on
And
the
again,
other.
who's they?
What was it in the,
So this was when the original RPS laws were being developed. So it was the precursor to SB21X was being discussed what large hydro was or was not, and it would be included, and then it was memorialized as those legislative bills went through.
So this was
ultimately with
in state
SB2.
legislation as opposed to
It is-
regulations?
Yes.
It is state legislation, yes.
sorry,
Okay.
go ahead.
So I will do my best to explain these issues because this is where it gets really complicated when you think about the building blocks of this moonshot to get to a clean energy future. The first thing that we need to think about is reliability must run. And in your presentation, you have this horrific picture to look at. And I get it, it's way too detailed, but I want to point to some things as I explain this. But there's a simpler one on the next page. What the key points here, this is our service territory in the gold. And the three key plants that serve this reliability must run requirement are these three plants down in the south, okay? So if we think about our future, is that we built our system over the course of time to meet our customer load as it grew. And so when we were growing after the war and we were starting to bring our hydro in from Hoover, we built this line right in here to the south. And in the south, we're supporting all the customers in this area with these three power plants as well. Over time, and especially in the 50s and 60s and 70s, we started to see the San Fernando Valley really grow. And all of these transmission lines started to come in from the north to meet the needs of the grid. So here's what reliability must run. This is what it means. It says that if you're going to serve all of the customers in Los Angeles on these lines, the concern is that there's too much load on the lines. They start to heat up, they start to sag, and then you'll have shorts. And the system is designed to protect itself and start tripping these lines off. So you don't want to overheat the lines. And so what every day our grid operations folks do is they calculate how much energy do we need in the south to push against those lines to keep the flow of electrons balanced. So reliability must run is a critical part of how our system has been designed over the last 50 years. So when we think about a carbon-free scenario, or especially a scenario where we're completely fossil-free, we got to figure out how do you replace this reliability must run, because you can't just eliminate these units. The system will not work without it. So what are the challenges? Well, one is, could we think about the emerging use of hydrogen technology? Can we produce hydrogen and use hydrogen to use in these types of gas turbines down the road? That technology is just starting. There's a lot of research and development in that area, but could you use a different type of fuel? So that's one of the things we would have to look at. The other thing we could look at is, could you replace some of that with battery storage? Well, that's possible, but if you think about the amount of acreage that would be required to replace all of that RMR with battery storage, you're talking about hundreds of acres to do that. So we've talked about 500 football fields at least, maybe more, to replace all 2,500 megawatts of that storage. Well, you're not going to find that in the south. Well, there are other possible solutions. And I tell you this because these are the types of things our engineers are trying to figure out, is could we upgrade this line to the south? That might be possible. So we're going to need to look through, if we do that and bring more energy into the south, what about all the upgrades of all the distribution stations, the receiving stations? All of this infrastructure would also have to be upgraded. So if we plan early enough, over the course of 20 years, we can think about how we would do that. And you could also bring transmission down the 405 freeway as well. But we know how easy that's going to be. But the idea is to get energy down here in the south. So that's one of the most challenging issues that we're dealing with.
One of the
and we're trying to frame
analogies
it.
you can use when you talk about, okay, well, you'll upgrade this transmission line. It's very akin to hooking a fire hose up to your house. You know, you'd have to make major changes in your internal plumbing to be able to deal with that. So it's just one of the impacts. Now, one of the things, excuse me if you're going to touch on this later, and I'll only hit it lightly. One of the things is the injection of power into the grid at a distributed level. You know, people putting in more solar battery systems, to where that too will have the effort of pushing back and maybe allow us to delay, or even there's scenarios where it might ultimately be offered to the market, these congestion-related solutions. There's a raft of potential that's going to be happening. We just want to ensure everyone is aware of what some of these physical aspects are, because there's always this perception that somehow utilities just don't want to. And that's a fair statement in some instances, but we're really interested in trying to figure out how. Our system is so dense and compared to others that we have these balancing problems in far greater an extent than the ISO does anywhere. And it's because our system is so tight and bulked together that all these pieces impact other pieces. So it's critical at this point that we have the ability to inject energy so we don't burn lines down. The other issue is we need to have the components of electricity that aren't the electrons. They're the voltage support, dynamic stability for the system. It's a real orchestration. So I just want you to bear in the back of your mind that it's not a one-for-one replacement with renewable power. Now, renewable power may well get to the point where it has these integrating capabilities, and we got to make sure that we allow for that. In fact, help develop that technology. So go ahead, Mike, sorry.
Okay, so the next one is renewable generation resources, and thinking about how we could go beyond 50, 60, 70% renewables, and where did those come from? And so if you look at renewables, there's a couple problems we're trying to solve. The top graph is the wind generation over the course of about 12 to 13 days. And so normally we would be up here. This would be the ideal. Every day we'd have wind generation way here at the top. But on these 12 to 13 days, we had very little wind generation. So if you think about 100% renewable strategy, is that we're not trying to store for a day or two. We may need to store literally for the course of a long time period. Here in 2 weeks, but we've had bad wind months, and matter of fact, about 2 years ago, we had a bad wind year where just the climate was not conducive to extracting wind energy. And down below, we have the solar. Now, we should be up here, and so over the 3 or 4 days, the zeros are nighttime, but we would expect this to be all the way up, and you can see that over 2 or 3 days, we had very minimal solar, so a big storm had come in and there was not a lot of sunshine, and so that knocked off the solar energy. Again, it makes the storage issue even more interesting to think about how you would store given those long periods of time where you may need to have energy.
Can I talk really quickly about what the alternative is so you know what you're comparing and contrasting against? If we don't do all these things, the fallback position is you've got to decide who's going to be de-energized and when. It's the only thing then that keeps the system from burning down. So that's why we examine all this, because the only alternative is to take chunks of customers offline. They do that routinely in some countries for economic reasons, but also for system configuration. They just black them out across the peak of the day and then plug them back in when things cool down. That's not an acceptable alternative in our economy.
And so this slide, you've seen it before, but it's worth mentioning again, is that as we increase the amount of wind and solar energy, the top is the volatility. These are the second by second variation in the solar, and you can see there's some days that are very, very volatile up and down with cloud movement. And down below, this is the volatility in wind. So as you increase the amount of wind and solar, we have more volatility, which we're going to need to use technologies to make sure that our system is sound and meeting all the customer demand. So we got two problems: long-term storage, but then increased amount of volatility that we need to think through as we move forward. The other thing, when we think about renewables, is that the big red blocks, this is our portfolio as it stands today, is that we're working on replacing the 1,200 megawatts in red of coal, but we've got 3,600 megawatts of natural gas. So all of that has to be replaced with some kind of renewable energy moving forward. And so the challenge of that is to figure out where we do that. Now here's our current transmission portfolio. We have transmission in the Pacific Northwest. We get wind up there. Could we get more wind? We think there's more capability on that transmission line, so we can get some additional resources. Of course, it's outside of California, which may be problematic depending on how the rules develop with SB 350. So there's some potential there. We have Utah, and so there's potential for additional wind and solar in Utah, and there's additional capacity on our transmission system. And then we have the Desert Southwest, where we have our Moapa project, we have our Copper Mountain project, and other projects coming in through the Desert Southwest. Now, these lines are pretty much fully utilized. So if we're going to get to 80 to 90%, we're not going to be able to do it just with these lines alone. We can get to 50, but if we're going to need to get to higher levels, the question is, where are we going to build the transmission? So do we build new transmission out into the Desert Southwest? Is that possible? So these are the types of decisions that literally 15 to 20 years before we have to start triggering, because the reason we're getting a lot of renewables around Beacon area out of Mojave, because 15 years ago we triggered that transmission and the upgrades that were necessary. So we're going to be thinking well in advance so we build the right transmission moving forward into the system.
To make some of the discussions just entertainingly more complex for you, is you look at this vision, and that's assuming no other changes. There's no legislation to regionalize. What are the impacts of making large-scale transmission investments and then being potentially in a market that socializes those expected benefits over a much broader pool? Building transmission is an art form in and of itself, and is fairly difficult to do, but we're only talking in a static paradigm. And what if we move out into different market models, different options, and so we have to revisit all of this. This is the reason the IRP is done every year to 2 years, is because the assumption set, the legislative set, the market models all change so substantially that you really can't predict what that 20 or 30-year plan is going to be. I mean, you can get close, but you're in a bandwidth, and with technology changing as fast as it is, I defy anybody to tell me where we're going to be even in the 10-year term. But you have to have a planning tool, and that's what this is.
And so the last point I wanted to make is on energy storage, is that we are in the infancy of trying to understand what that technology, how it's going to work. The costs are coming down. There's new developments all the time. So we need to be very close to energy storage, because this is going to be a key component in how we're going to be able to pull all of this together to get to either one of the futures that I described. And we don't know what technology will be produced 10, 15, 20 years down the road that really will be the game changer and how it could be distributed into our system. So it's really important that we think through that. And so what it really comes down to is that we're trying to frame the big problems, and through the framing of the big problems, it will help us direct the most productive form of research and development. So if we think that for LADWP that these are the problem areas, this is where we want to direct research dollars. It also helps us direct some of the studies to think about what transmission line is next, where would you do it, how could you do it, and to start forming those studies, which are an iterative process. As technology develops, It informs your strategy. As the studies develop, it informs your strategy, and it's this iterative process over the course of a couple of years. We're going to start to get more definition to where we have a much more actionable plan, but it starts with conceptualizing, setting the vision, and starting to work through some of these issues.
And we do frequently within the plan, we hedge with what we know today. A good example is, and we touched on this in the battery storage presentation, Valley Generating Station was actually initially cited to be a coal plant, then an oil plant, and then it moved to gas. And so and now it's been repowered, so its needed footprint is smaller. There's probably 30, 35 acres there. And periodically, developers will call and go, well, why don't you sell that? Well, it's a hedge for battery storage placement, that we have some acreage of our own under our control, that we can do these beta projects, that we can start to grow them, as opposed to trying to find new pieces of real estate to build on.
And so I'd like Simon to tell us a little bit more about the actual steps he is taking to pull this visionary plan together.
Okay. Now you've heard major factors that we're considering as part of this process. One will ask, what are our immediate plans? What are we planning to do in the short term and in the long term? We do have a three-pronged approach in terms of addressing these issues. The first one is we have formed a project team within Power System. We like to call it a vision team to look at both scenarios and come up with sub-scenarios under each scenario. And we'll study each and see how we can execute the best and cost-effective and most feasible approach. In addition to that, we plan to bring in an independent consultant, bring them on board to work with us in terms of validating our assumptions, making sure that we engage with our stakeholders proactively to make sure that all the important areas are covered.
And so another reason for the independent consultant too is I think it's the fastest way that we can really get into the current research and help us connect to the research community so that we can start driving it, because they tend to have a much more national perspective. And so I think that's what will really get us a jump start.
Correct. And just to add to that, the research partnership is going to be the third leg of the plan that we have. That would involve local universities. We have done in the past successful partnerships and research with local universities in the smart grid area. We've worked with UCLA and USC. We have worked with Harvey Mudd in the past, and with EPRI on a regular basis. We do collaborate on a lot of research and development. So we'd like to build on our past success and make sure that we work to figure out how to move forward in this process. Another area that I would like to note is we'll work with our local utilities and local balancing authorities. The SCAPA, which is the Southern California Public Power Authority, will be a partner in this. And more importantly, Department of Energy. Department of Energy does have an arm titled Mission Innovation, which is the product of the Paris Environmental Climate Change Summit. So they do have some type of funding that will be available in the coming months. We'll try to see what type of funding we can get so that we can help this process move forward. I would like to make a point that we'll be having a very flexible planning here. We're not locked in as part of that IRP. So we'll try to follow where the innovation takes us. We'll try to find the best solution. Again, our intent is to make sure that we'll eventually have a fossil-free and or GHG neutral type structure. And will be, in everything we do, will be very open and flexible and forward-looking. And we'll try to take as much information as possible from our stakeholders, work collaboratively with other utilities and research institutions to make sure that we are successful. This slide is more of a summary of what Mike covered earlier. These are the major building blocks that we have to address as we move forward. what would our generation portfolio look like? Uh, I think our research and partnership and our planning studies will tell us what type of portfolio we're planning to build in the long run. Where are the locations for these renewable sources? It's not going to be only DWP looking at these resources. It's going to be almost all utilities within the state of California will be looking at those. So there might be some congestion in terms of bringing them into the Los Angeles area. So we need to not only upgrade our transmission capability, we need to build new transmission lines as well. So that's going to be a major undertaking and for consideration. Anytime we upgrade or replace our transmission lines, it will have a downstream effect on the distribution system. So we have to plan on how we're going to revamp and rebuild our distribution system. That's going to be very important. Energy storage, Mike has covered it, but that's going to be critical. We'll look at any future technologies from batteries to hydrogen turbines. And it's all about the capacity and how long can we store electrical energy. That's going to be critical. And we'll definitely study that. And the reliability must run as we move forward. We'll make all the efforts to reduce it or eliminate it. But reduction would be the short-run vision as we start this process. And the last bullet item is going to be very important. We'll keep on expanding our demand response program, energy efficiency, and electric vehicle program. These are going to be a critical piece of the future utility that we'll try to build here. And this is all summed up through the research and partnership that we're going to have, and the R&D, and the planning studies that will take us to a decision that's cost-effective with minimum risk, and so that we can fulfill our mandate of providing reliable and safe electrical power to the city of Los Angeles.
And so, just to summarize, I'm not going to go through this slide, but this is really exciting to think about what the prospects are and the possibilities. And so we're trying to just get started and have a dialogue with the board over the course of time as we kind of develop these concepts out moving forward. With the ultimate goal of what does the clean energy future look like for LADWP and how do we get there. So with that, entertain any questions, comments, dialogue that you'd like to have.
If I could add one more bullet. Given our current model, we need to do all of this consistent with not rate shocking our customers at the same time. This board in particular has the responsibility for rates, for reliability, and for renewables. Many other interests maybe only have one or sometimes two of those interests. And so it's important to stay balanced when you review all of these and understand how they impact in a variety of ways.
I had a couple of questions. One, going back to the greenhouse gas credit, it seems that some of what we're doing here is highly dependent on things that we can't control, namely legislation. And how can we plan around the fact that it's dependent on legislation? Simon, you mentioned the cap and trade program. That's even seems to be somewhat up in the air, although it appears to be getting extended. How can we plan for 100% renewables if a lot of it's dependent on the outcome of legislation?
Even if we weren't planning on that, a lot of our business models are all dependent on subsequent legislation. I mean, there have been some earth-shifting changes that have been made over the course. There are those kind of decisions that are under consideration even now. It's why we take that more incremental approach. We take everything we know for now, and then we band it about, all right, well, if these changes are then made, we need to leave ourselves an opening here, here, and here. Or if this happens, there'd be an investment opportunity here, here, and here. That's why the IRP is as complex as it is. And I'll let you expand on that, Mike.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything additional except that as we lay out the vision for the future, it really helps us advocate for appropriate legislation. I think that one of the reasons we had a seat at the table when the original RPS laws were being written is because we had a voluntary program in the city of Los Angeles that we made tremendous progress on. So we earned the right to have that seat. So as we think about these futures and we actually show effort in some of the research and the studies, we'll get a seat to help influence those legislative policies. And I think that's really important.
Well, it seems to me as we do that, we're you mentioned not staging things and making sure that there's a balance. I would assume that we're consistent with the mayor's sustainability plan of economy, equity, and environment, making sure that things are balanced that way, that we look at things. The other comment I had, it seems that R&D is going to play a major role or in where we are in 10 or 15 years. USC and UCLA have gotten a lot of our attention. It seems to me that in the Valley, Cal State Northridge, they do have a piece of the Clean Tech Incubator. They have their own micro things that they're doing there, that in order to keep the city connected, that we make sure that we at least explore opportunities with them. If they don't have capacity that that USC or UCLA may have as major research hubs in the country, so be it. But I would like to make sure that the Valley somehow is folded into the research end of things, because I think it's important to send a signal that we're paying attention, we're kind of looking at, without being inefficient, ways of looking at the clean energy future through the lens of researchers who might be located in the Valley. I know Caltech's in the Valley, but that's not really located in the city of LA.
That's a good suggestion, sir. Thank you.
Other questions, other comments? Dr. Pickle?
We've gone on a discussion here that's gone from milliseconds to centuries. The operating problems Marcy mentioned may last seconds or milliseconds. And the hydro assets, there are hydro assets in the U.S. that are 230 years old. So it's quite a timeline. That's the issue in this industry, in time and money. This industry has been an innovative industry from its beginning. Innovation slowed down a bit in the 50s, but it picked up for environmental remediation in the 70s. We're approaching another invent this stage. And invent this is never a sure thing. And given the experience of the last couple decades, it takes 10 or 20 years to commercialize a major new utility energy technology. We're going through that now. And the timeline for invent this stages doesn't mesh with our rate-making cycle of 2 to 4 years. Our basic building cycle, when we're set to build something, it typically takes us 5 years. And so to plan ahead, we're planning ahead and readjusting our plan every 2 years, but we're looking out 30 for assets that may last 100 years, may last 200 years. So it's quite an exploration. And the fiscal cycles that we're accustomed to, a 1-year budget, a 2-year rate cycle, a 4-year rate cycle, don't always fit with this. So this will be a continuous struggle to make these things mesh.
If I could add one follow-up comment to Dr. Pickle, and he certainly touched on this. The legislative cycle doesn't mesh with the cost cycle. And we've shared this with you about solar. The faster you move into the developing technologies, you're moving in right at the top of the cost curve. So you're making $100 investments for technology that will cost $40 in as little sometimes as 2 or 3 years. So there needs to be that balance of making enough investment to get the market moving, but not becoming so enthusiastic in early stages that you basically strand all your capital in projects that are going to be out of market in very short order. You have to save some funding for the downside of the cost curve.
Other questions, other comments?
My only last thing is I think Marcy brought up the point of rate shock. I think that one of the key things is continued customer engagement throughout the city to get the support. Dr. Pickle, in saying that the rate adjustment was fair and reasonable earlier this year, also noted that the rates could have been increased more, but there was a resource and capacity issue of DWP to support that. And I think that as we move forward, I think it's vital to communicate a number of these things and try to be as, with whatever part, whether we're in Panorama City, Van Nuys Boulevard, or, out in the Northwest Valley or down in Watson San Pedro, we're communicating with those communities in a way that they understand and trying to, meet those needs. I think we'll have much more support from our ratepayers the more engaged we are with them for what look like some fairly big shifts here that we're talking about making over the long term.
And we do plan a high level of customer engagement even as we develop this visionary document.
Thank you guys very much. Very important, very informative, very much appreciated.
Thank you.
We'll move to the management report, 7A, lead and copper rules for water quality.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Albert Gastelum, the Director of Water Quality Division, and with me we have...
Jonathan Leung, Assistant Director of Water Quality.
So a pretty timely topic here, given the situation that occurred at the beginning of the year, or actually the end of last year and into the beginning of this year with Flint, Michigan. It is timely in that this past weekend, the state of emergency that was declared by President Obama in January was lifted. Doesn't mean they lifted the intense scrutiny of the area there. Their levels of lead within the distribution system and testing within the lead copper rule are subject today are just now coming into a very reasonable level, one that one might expect rather than the outrageous levels of lead that was detected in the groundwater. So where does it all come from? Well, the Safe Drinking Water Act, promulgated 40 years ago, came up with primary and secondary drinking water standards. There's 91 substances with maximum contaminant levels, and there's 8 substances with treatment techniques for compliance. So the lead copper rule is a treatment technique rule. So instead of setting a maximum contaminant level that we're trying to shoot and stay below for lead or copper, the rule requires public water systems such as ourselves to take certain actions to minimize lead and copper in drinking water. These actions reduce water corrosivity and prevent the leaching of these metals from premise plumbing and drinking water distribution components. So what are some of these actions? Well, a main one is corrosion control optimization. My predecessors and your predecessors had the forethought to take action over 30 years ago to start looking at corrosion control and optimization. We were targeting iron corrosion at that point. We had a big change out or a relining of our cast iron pipes that were tuberculated. We cleaned those out, we cement lined them. From that also came the lead copper rules legislation that was coming our way, so we were able to do corrosion control optimization back then. Another action is to have water quality parameter monitoring, something we do, and we take a close look at that. And final action, and a very simple one, is removal of any lead-containing components from the system, be that pipe, fixtures, brass meters, etc. So I'll go on. Here we go. So we're going to cover regulations, our measures, which I just kind of went over right now, how we differ from Flint, and how we've expanded our outreach and what's coming up for the rule. So when you think of lead and copper, what are the health implications? So lead exposure, first of all, there is no safe level of lead exposure in the drinking water. There's a wide array of impacts. Children especially are vulnerable. There's a public health priority, obviously. So when you look at lead and development in children is physical and mental, and also interference with heme synthesis. And heme is the oxygen-containing component of blood, fancy word for hemoglobin, let's call it. Also increased blood pressure for both men and women. For copper, we have stomach and intestinal distresses, and those are kind of the physiological things that can happen with us with prolonged and maybe even acute exposure. So where does it come from? Well, corrosion of lead, solder, and brass faucets and fixtures. Some water systems, not ours, had lead service lines, basically the lead straws that you hear that is coming from the water main to the water meter and into your home. And also lead goosenecks, which are short transitional pieces, flexible pieces to the water meter from the service lateral. We had some of those, and we'll talk about those later. And also source water. 1% of systems have lead, high levels of lead in their source water that require treatment. For copper, it's generally the interior and building copper plumbing. So as far as the legislative history, back in 1986, there was the prohibition of lead solder and lead pipes, and that's when the lead solder started to get changed out. So because of that, that's where we target our homes that we do test, that little area, or era, I should say. Lead Contamination Control Act in '88 that covered other entities aside from public water systems. The lead copper rule, which is our subject today, that applies to public water systems. And then the other portion of it's not in water, but in paint, in different components there within homes and buildings. And California had a Lead Abatement Act in 2009, and that dealt with lead-based paint and also the remodeling and renovation techniques. You know, it's kind of like with asbestos, where you have to have a vacuum system enclosed so that if you're remodeling, the lead that you might be scraping off from paint, et cetera, doesn't get in the atmosphere and you breathe it. And finally, the Federal Reduction of Lead in Drinking Water Act, which California had complied since 2006, and that's where we lower the lead content in plumbing products. So those nice brass fixtures and stuff, they're very malleable, et cetera, because of the lead content that's in there. So that had a 3-year promulgation, and so finally, all of the United States had to comply with that in January 14. So again, lead copper rule applies to public water systems. The measurements are performed at customer taps after 6 hours of non-use, what they call first draw. And that occurs triannually. Well, we recently had a test in 2015. So public utilities are required to sample at high-risk homes, meaning homes, our target was between 1984 and 1986, homes in the areas where there was copper plumbing that used lead tin solder. Because once 86 passed, there was supposedly no more lead tin solder. So that was our target. Established action levels of 15 parts per billion of lead and 1,300 parts per billion of copper. And what you look for is what they call the 90th percentile. Is the level? Is that level at 15 or at 1,300 at the 90th percentile? Well, if we tested 100 homes, are there 10% that are above that level? And if they are above that level, then we have to do something to make the water less corrosive. So continued failure to meet those action levels then requires more things to be done, replacements of lead service lines, et cetera, if present.
Wait, excuse me, when you say action level, you mean the 90th percentile?
The 90th percentile.
So in other
Correct.
words, 10% don't have to meet the action level
Correct.
in order to avoid triggering the
Correct.
additional action, right?
Correct. So, for example, in fall of 2015, we tested 103 homes. Our lead 90th percentile level was 6.3 parts per billion, meaning 90% of those homes that we tested were below 6.3. For copper, that number was 579 parts per billion. So we're well below those action levels. And to
Can
take
I ask a clarifying question? Because I'm not sure we were responsive to the observation. That means then there are 10% that are above. If we fall in the 90th percentile with X amount in compliance, it still says that there's some number above that we're not. Is
There
that
was some
handled
number,
in
there
some
was
way?
three, there were 3 above.
Okay.
But 90th percentile means 90% of your samples are below that level. So it doesn't mean 10 out of 100, it just means there were some above, so.
What do you
we
do
did
with the
have-
ones that are above?
We inform the customers, we reply with a letter and let them know what it takes to not be susceptible to that, such as flushing in the morning, and that's kind of what LAUSD does, flush in the morning, and also replace any known lead-containing bronze fixtures, that sort of thing.
But just to clarify for everybody's purposes, the sources of the lead in the, I don't think the word non-compliant would be a correct way of saying it, because we have a rule and we're complying with it by meeting the 90th percentile. So it's not non-compliant, but if it happens to be above the action level, one of those homes are communicated with. But based on our information, the source of the lead and copper is on an area of the service line that we do not control. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's the service line that comes from the main line that's in the street at the curb and beyond the water meter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in other words, these are things that LADWP has no control or regulatory mandate to deal with, but we're, as a courtesy, informing customers that this is what they can do to bring their numbers down below their action levels for those that are in the less than 10% that may be above the action level. Is that correct?
That's correct. If we were above the action level, then you have to take action such as lowering the corrosivity of the water.
And we don't go above that 90%. I mean,
That's correct.
Okay.
We've never, out of all of our stints of testing, we've never been above those action levels. And again, it's home plumbing fixtures, and it could be pipe that is in there. So we have on this illustration here.
Can I clarify, just before you go
Yes, ma'am.
on? The 103 homes, is that literally a home? It's not an apartment?
It's correct. That's a home. So we have enough what's called Tier 1 sampling locations within Los Angeles that hit our target that allow us to take just in-home. If we couldn't find 100 homes, Tier 1, then we would go to Tier 2, which would be apartment type of dwellings.
All right, and how did you find those homes? How did you target?
Through records from building and safety when the home was built, and then we would verify it with a check with the resident, and then we go so that basically we have a list. We had a list of several thousand that we went through and asked for volunteers. So we have a residential sampling team of volunteers that we keep in touch with, and every 3 years we up it again and ask if they would like to volunteer again, and if we don't get all
but
of them.
aren't we confined by the actual law and the rule to only sample homes that were built between 83 and 86, based on the timing of the legislation?
That's correct.
And isn't that sort of one of the problems that we really can't control, but the legislature has to deal with at some point, which is that the samples are only confined to homes built between 1983 and 1986.
Correct, and that's one of the proposed changes to the long-term lead copper rule revisions that are coming up real
Well,
soon.
isn't it more likely that you would find some kind of corrosion in pipes where houses are built before that? You know, like say in the 40s and 50s and 60s?
That would be perhaps a galvanized iron type of corrosion where there could be some lead components in there. There could be lead service lines, not in Los Angeles. It's really not prevalent in California. But you're right. The lead copper rule targets copper plumbing utilizing lead tin solder, as you stated, between 83 and 88, 86.
I think the commissioner's asking, do we know why the legislation limited it to those years and why they aren't testing
Before.
homes of earlier vintage?
I think basically because of the prevalence of copper construction and also the lead solder and the fixtures in the bronze fixtures.
So in theory, those homes, if they undergone corrosion, would be the most at risk, having the highest concentrations of lead.
The ones, what?
With
built-
lead solder joints, lead tin solder joints.
the
Which
80s.
homes are you talking about? The ones built
That
earlier?
construction era could have been 1982 to 87. They discontinued, they prohibited it in the beginning of 1986,
87.
so assuming there was minimal
Okay,
housing
and my
stock.
question was those homes built prior to that.
They would be subject to corrosion, but I don't think the content would have as much like lead in the surface
As
area.
it would in the 83
Right,
to 86. Is that what you're saying?
right.
That's correct.
It's a particular material that was used in construction.
One question, and you probably will address this, but for those homes that are notified that they're being exposed to these elements and that it's really on their onus to repair it, is it possible to treat the water using a filtration system? Because I would imagine that replacing their plumbing would be cost prohibitive to a lot of these homeowners.
Yes, they can, and that's part of the solution in Flint was to have point-of-use filters that'll filter out lead. It's quite possible.
Okay, I want to just go back. You may be getting to this, and so if you are, tell me. I'm concerned about those apartments and dwellings that we read about a lot, where there is corrosion in the pipes, and it's affecting children particularly, and making people sick. So how are we, it looks like we're not targeting that group now. How do we get, and some of these are absentee landlords, how do we get to those? Is it our responsibility? Is it DWP? How do we get to those dwellings and test that water?
So I think our initiatives would be that we are going to try to provide some sampling or technical assistance for those type of residences. So while they may not be subject to the regulatory rule itself, we don't want to overlook that group. So we are going to, and we'll get to that later on, we are
You're
going to
gonna
launch
get
some
to that?
programs to
Okay.
try to address that.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to clarify that that's not our responsibility, right?
It's not.
Council?
It,
It is not our responsibility, nor do we have the authority to require
Thank-
that testing.
Yeah, that's,
Well then, okay, so whose responsibility is it?
So that would be a building and safety issue, for instance, and permitting groups of that nature.
And if they find this kind of corrosion, then what is their next step?
That I could not answer for you as I sit here. I can find out.
So there's part of that solution in the long term, what they're gonna call, what they're proposing as a household action level, not just the action levels that we comply with, but if there is lead detected or copper detected above a higher point within the home, then county public health has to be informed, and they in turn can leverage that into a code enforcement type of action. And that's being thought of now as far as being proposed for.
So that's a county is responsible?
It would be, well, it'd be county health that would be notified, and then from there, there's possibility of leveraging that into city code enforcement, being our own Los Angeles Building and Safety.
but isn't the problem that the state and federal laws really don't regulate the tap water quality in a universal way?
There isn't
Say-
a comprehensive
Pardon me?
universal. There's not a comprehensive universal
Right.
regulation.
Right, right.
Okay, so seeing the illustration there, you see the water main over on the left running in and out of the paper, a service pipe to a meter box. That's our meter, and then from that meter forward is called customer supply pipe, and the responsibility of the customer. So that pipe then ends up in fixtures, appliances, et cetera. Oh,
where's that battery storage when we need it?
yeah, so we can't move on here. Reggie? Oh, I'm trying to here, so.
Technical difficulties, just a moment.
There we go. All right, so anyway, so our proactive approach, I've talked about corrosion control testing, which began in the mid-'80s, and we were targeting lead and copper then. Before that, our target was iron. And for system optimization, we put in a corrosion inhibitor known as ZOP. It is zinc orthophosphate, or in some places we will have orthophosphate added. Spoke about our cement mortar lining program that went from the 40s all the way to 2005. We completed our removals of lead goosenecks. Those are the service connections, short service connections, about 15,000 of those over 20 years, and field verified that there are no lead service lines. And of course, we've adopted the material specs for low and no lead fittings that comply with ANSI standards since the late 1990s. One other thing that we had was a low lead brass meter replacement program that began in 2001, and we were replacing about 25,000 average per year. That's now evolved into a formal change-out program that started in 2006. So the result is our distribution system has very low lead content and copper content, 0.3 parts per billion of lead. That's the background level then going into the homes, and copper at 18. And also, as we spoke, the action levels for lead and copper rule home testing are at 6.3 and 579 respectively. So well below the action levels that you hear about in Flint. Reggie, next slide. Here we go. So we have corrosion control systems, 3 facilities. The Stone Canyon Corrosion Control over on the left in 2010, we put that in. Recently, Hollywood Outlet Corrosion Control, that's over in the middle. And then down below in the Watts area, the 99th Street Pump Station Corrosion Control Station, which has been in action since 1991. So we plan for citywide coverage by 2021, where we're going to add an additional 4 facilities, making that 7 total. And that's to keep the corrosivity of the water low, so that when there are those locations that we don't test that might have high lead content fixtures, et cetera, that we do the best we can in providing water that's not going to leach or corrode. When we move on to the actions in Flint, part of the problem over there, and you might have heard this, is the city switched water supplies to from Lake Huron via Detroit Water to the Flint River. They did not add corrosion inhibitor or orthophosphate, as was happening from Detroit. Decided to save some money, and from what I understand, it was only $28,000 a month of chemical that could have really mitigated that problem. The other thing is that Flint has reportedly had 30,000 plus lead service line, lead straws as they were called in their area. So you had a new water supply, uninhibited, and lots of lead content. So great increase in customer complaints, and the high levels from the independent sampling were anywhere from 114 parts per billion to 13,000 parts per billion. And again, our range was non-detect to about 30 at the high. So incredible. And as I stated, they are now at a level that gets them down closer to the 15 and 1300 levels. So those claims, there were claims that they did not follow the lead copper rule sampling and recruitment protocols, which kind of skewed the results here. So I'm going to let Jonathan go over some more customer side.
All right. So again, one of the things that was confusing for me early on was that the action level is just a regulatory requirement that drives what actions and responses the public water supplier must take. It does in no way indicate what might be called an MCL or a health goal for an individual. So I think what we've had a tradition of here is not striving just to meet the regulatory requirement, but trying to drive those individual exposure levels to as low as possible and the minimus value if possible. So here's kind of a checklist of initiatives I think that we can help customers walk through. The first 3 that have been highlighted are elements that we can have a better ability to control, and then versus the last 2 are kind of areas where we may try to reach out, raise awareness, and provide some technical assistance to our customers. So for example, one of the things that we want to do as engineers is confirm that all our different water sources, so we have 3 primary water sources, in aqueduct imports, MWD imports, and our groundwater. We want to continually monitor, sample that data and check the corrosivity of that water. And the good news to report is that in terms of a Langelier saturation index aggressiveness, our water is very mild to non-corrosive. Same for MWD water. So again, kind of juxtaposing that against the Flint River switch, the Hudson River switch, it was much more corrosive water. But because we're a dynamic system and we have to intermittently make system operational changes, we want to make sure we kind of monitor that. That's something we owe our customers. Another thing Albert alluded to was, the aggressive programs to replace infrastructure, replacing infrastructure with low lead meters, the cement lining program. I think, again, Marty would always want me to point out that our whole corrosion control initiative, which is really one of the levers we have that reaches into the customer plumbing, because you're providing a coating that passivates some of the corrosion. That's a program that we launched back in the 80s on our own volition. We've never been above the EPA action level, yet we've embarked upon this as something that we can hopefully cost effectively help various customers in our service territory make sure that whatever levels they're exposed to is as minimal as possible. So those are the first three items. In terms of the outreach, again, I think if people get a high level, how can they check their materials? We're searching databases right now. Are there particular fixtures, plumbing fixtures that have been known to be higher in lead? Maybe we can refer that on to our customers. We'll also try to offer to take samples at their tap, or if they choose to, we can recommend kits or certified labs that could provide that similar service. And lastly, if they come back with a result that's high, obviously we want to provide them with proactive steps, because I think that's really what we're aiming towards. How do you fix the problem ultimately?
Johnny, one thing, you said eliminate lead service fittings. So we're actually using parts on our side of the meter that do have lead, but they're just within the regulatory limit, because EPA considers no lead 8% lead, correct?
Right. I think the standard evolved to 0.25% lead content, and we've had that in our specifications for many years now.
2014 is when it went from 8 down to 0.025.
Okay, but so prior to 2014 federally, and then you had AB 1953.
That's correct.
Which is what led to 0.25.
Right.
But what I wanted to bring out was that LADWP actually, and I know this from LADWP for the longest time actually did not have 8% lead. LADWP chose to pay more and spend more money to get down to 4 or 6% lead, which reduced the amount of lead that could even be exposed in its side of the system for well over 20 years. And so I think that it's worth noting that even though LADWP wasn't required to do it by regulation, LADWP chose to do something to reduce the amount of lead in its system, and at least I know since the mid-90s had been doing that and kind of setting the path, setting an example for the rest of the country on that issue that led to the gradual lowering of the standard. So take credit where it's due, I guess is what I'm saying.
Really, really glad that we're in that situation where we could say that, and then we avoided any of the scrutiny that came after the Flint situation.
I wanted to ask you about the flushing. Do you advocate residential flushing, every morning, or when would you do that? I see that.
I think we would try to provide them, ideally, if they have a menu of options in which they can choose, and then based on what their budget is and what the nature of the lead cause would be able to pick the right option. So as an example, if their issue is particulate lead, a filter might be very effective, versus if it's dissolved lead, then flushing is probably going to be more effective than a filter.
All right, the reason I'm asking is because I've been told that all of us should be running our tap in the morning before we make our coffee, or before we do it in the morning, that we should flush our faucets. So are you?
I'd hope that individuals ultimately had the ability to make an informed decision, such that if they didn't have to, they wouldn't, because I think ultimately that's good for the water conservation standpoint. But if they did not have data in hand and they were concerned, that's certainly a prudent step they could take.
Do we test water quality on request?
Yes, we do. So as an example, for the regulatory requirement, we're only required to do 100 plus, so we did 103 samples. We get on average about 25 requests for customer investigation where we'll do lead testing.
And the reason I bring that up is Commissioner Barad is also extremely sensitive to the drought and flushing issues and utilization of water. And so it's more prudent, to the extent that anybody has a concern about the quality of their water, that they actually get it tested prior to just routinely performing a flush.
Absolutely. And then, if nothing else, at least hopefully we compile a large enough data set that people would have confidence, based on maybe some testing elsewhere in the neighborhood, that they wouldn't be at risk.
Is your department working with the school district at all in
Yes, we are.
routine flushing of their water fountains?
Yes, we are. Jonathan had a meeting with them a couple weeks ago regarding that and offering our services.
Yeah, so I think from our standpoint, if they stick to their schedule of replacing the fixtures that are higher in lead by the end of 2017, that'll be a mutual win for everybody, reducing the lead exposure at the same time, hopefully then curtailing the flushing that's needed. But, you know, the regulatory framework for them may be changing, and one of the things we're trying to offer for them is to provide continual technical guidance, meaning that if, say, set points are lowered in the future, what might be some of their options to respond.
All right, so from now until perhaps 2017, when their fixtures will be replaced, then are you finding that there is a reason for this daily flushing?
I think
of the
so.
lines?
They did have, they have taken measurements, and I believe they've selected the faucets they're either taking out or replacing based on observed lead levels. We didn't do the sampling for them, but I've been kind of overviewing that a little bit.
Well, they still have a lot that have not been replaced.
Well, if they really wanted to do the ultimately most ambitious program, so for example, if they wanted to change out all their campus plumbing, I think they've had estimates of maybe $300 to $400 million. And so one of the challenges would be to find maybe some financial resources. We've offered, if we can explore some grants with them, maybe that, with the eye towards ultimately if that promotes water, jointly promotes lead reduction.
Ultimately, though, through all of our channels, we're going to continue to ensure LAUSD has both the support as well as the pressure to reduce unnecessary flushing targeted to just those places that are water quality issues. I mean, I think it's very important to continue to underscore that.
This probably goes without saying, but I just want to confirm. Current residential developers, they understand the certain requirements involved in certain plumbing specifications for current homes that are being built. Is that correct?
Right. And so I think a lot of the materials, you would even not be able to find those on the market today if they did not meet certain code requirements.
Correct. It's codified now in the city building code.
Okay.
Do we have incentives for income qualified people for water filters?
What did you?
No, not
Copper.
Okay, I'd like staff to give that some review and consideration if that would be an option.
Very good.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said that with the new developments. But what is required, you said?
Well, it's in the code, the type of plumbing, the type of lead solder that you can use, et cetera, and that's checked.
Lead solder?
And it should all be off the market now.
Okay.
Other questions, other comments?
One more, next slide, Reggie?
Oh,
Or are
okay.
we out of time? I can go. So again, we're trying to expand our sampling data so that we make sure we don't have any data gaps. As mentioned, we only have, in the regulatory participation, only 100 samples. So we're, with a city of 700,000 services, we could probably do more, and we want to make sure we've got enough data to build up confidence to whomever might ask. As mentioned, there's really no focus on multifamily residents. They're not part of the Tier 1 pool at this point in time, but that doesn't mean they should be overlooked. So we're trying to work on some initiatives to maybe get that sampling facilitated. We've had some initial meetings and discussions with the Housing Authority. They've got a lot of properties under their management, so I think there's some opportunities where if they've got vacant units, we can actually do that sampling in a very controlled, consistent manner. So we're working with them on exploring that. There's been a lot of questions to us from the Children's Institute on possibly doing some more expanded sampling on Head Start or daycare facilities, and we're excited that they're interested. And then, as we mentioned, with LAUSD, we can try to provide them with technical assistance, preparing for future regulations. We're actually purchasing an X-ray diffraction gun if they want to go sample some of the plumbing fixtures that they have, and also maybe give them some assistance in reviewing blueprints. And lastly, I think important is just letting it known to be out there that we're willing to talk about the subject. So if people want to have workshops to hear about, A, what we've done, or B, you know, what they can do, I think that's the important part for us. And again, really, I want to de-emphasize the sampling portion to more I think the value add we create is really with the technical assistance. What should you test for? Because if you're testing for certain things, whether that's suspended or dissolved lead, other iron parameters, it gives you a better idea that once you get a high result, what might be the source of that problem. So no one likes going to a doctor and saying, you know, you've got a bad something, but you're not really able to tell what it is, and then taking it further, how you might best address and fix that problem. So back to you, Albert.
So what's next is potential changes in regulations. Every 6 years, rules have to be reviewed and revised as appropriate. So for the last year and a half or so, US EPA has been considering some changes, and changes considered with concerns regarding concerns for lead service lines and elevated levels of copper because of construction. So likely to have a big impact on those utilities that are on the fringe. But they're hoping to improve the effectiveness of corrosion control. So they'll be looking at accuracy of records, transparency, how and where we test, meaning multiple samples from the same tap, not just the first draw, but you let the water, take a sample, let the water run for, let's say, 30 seconds, take another sample, let it run for another 30 seconds, take a sample, and the idea is to take a sample of water that was sitting out in the service line, and you have it there. They're targeting lead and copper populations separately, meaning it's possible that we'd have to have 100 samples for lead, targeted homes for lead, and 100 targeted homes for copper. There's likely going to be an overlap there. And they're also discussing expanding the entities that are subject to a rule and not just public water systems. I also mentioned the household action level, and I'm pretty sure because that was a thought, and once Flint came to light, I'm more than certain that they're going to put some sort of action level on that so that there could be some code enforcement. So with that, any other questions?
I would like to request that you return and give us an update, a progress report on the multifamily residences in coordination with the Housing Authority, the daycare centers, and also what assistance you've been able to accomplish with the LAUSD to help meet their goals.
Would love to.
Thank you very much.
Made some great strides in that.
I want to thank you, Marcy, for your support on this in the midst of the 15,000 other things you were doing the past
We
year.
will thank you for your consistent encouragement.
Consistent. And you to Dave Wright on the customer service end, because I think everything's interconnected here. Marty Adams isn't here, but I know he's the leader. I see Keith Sessions. I know Brioni Lindsay on the distribution side was involved, and Johnny and Albert. You did a phenomenal job of really getting ahead of this situation, not giving data that was unsupported by the facts, getting it out to the public, not reacting on a knee-jerk basis to, when people may have wanted to pull you that way. And Joe Romalo's people did a great job of getting out there, and I've seen them, the various events I've been to the past 9 months in particular, down in Jordan Downs, down in Watts. It was a phenomenal team effort, and she's just sitting there with a stoic look on her face, but Nancy Sudley, I know, has her invisible fingers on things to make sure that we're in compliance and that we're also taking a step forward. We're clearly doing some things here that we're not required to do by the regulations, but we're doing them on terms that are equitable, that are good for our ratepayers, and trying to get the information out there. So I would say keep up great work, and thanks for your leadership.
You're quite welcome. Thank you.
Ditto. Okay. 7B, summary of recent progress toward water and power infrastructure goals.
I would ask staff to have some sensitivity to the timeframes. So, maybe 10 minutes apiece would be great. We can always come back.
Oh, thank you. All right, we're starting. Is the clicker working? Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, commissioners, general manager and interim general manager. My name's Keith Session, director of Water Distribution Division. I'm here to give you a presentation on the water system infrastructure reliability update. I'm glad to give this. I'm glad that GM asked for it. Where's the clicker? Click it. It ain't clicking. There we go. Okay, on the first slide, you see that's one of our mainline projects. I am happy to say that we had 150,000 feet or a 28-mile goal for last fiscal year. We were able to install 170,000 feet or 32 miles. That's quite an increase from the previous fiscal years. As you can see, the goal has been 150 for the prior year. We installed about 113,000 feet, so about a little over 50,000 feet increase. Also, with that pipe, we are installed about 11,000 feet of recycled water pipes, so a total of over 180,000 feet of pipe. Much more than we have done in the last 5 years. We haven't been able to reach our goal of 150 for the last 4 or 5 years, but this year we were. Future years out, this fiscal year we're in now, we have a 184,000 foot goal, and we'll be graduating that goal to reach in 2020 300,000 feet goal of pipe, which is about 57 miles of pipe. So we're doubling our goal in about the next 3 years.
Why are we able to exceed our goals now? And
Well,
what's the difference?
We've had some challenges hiring skilled labor. In the last 18 months, we were able to hire skilled laborers off the street. We only were able to hire that labor internally up until 2015. So now we were able to go out to advertise to other water companies that had skilled labor that wanted to be a part of DWP family. So with that hiring and some focus on training of our employees, we were able to increase our productivity to 20,000 over goal. As it stands now for this fiscal year, we're projected to be over the 184,000 foot goal. We have about 30,000 feet of pipe in the ground as we speak. And the pipe I'm talking about now is the pipe up to 24-inch pipe, and I'll talk in a little bit about the trunk line. This picture you see is one of our employees changing a meter. Meter replacement is very important and become even more important with some of the billing issues that our company have had most recently. So we put some extra resources for that reason, and because of the meter replacement cycle is about 20 years, and that the goals that we've had in the past at 25,000 meters a year, we wouldn't reach that. So we were able to exceed our goal by 5,000 meters, which is commendable, I'm happy to say. But in future years out, we need to get about 33,500 meters a year to get to what the industry standard is a 20-year replacement cycle. Next.
Just quickly on the meter situation, how many of these meters are meters that actually have to be read every month versus automated meters? Because I know that for a long time we've had that dialogue of switching over and trying to find the right product. So where do we stand on that?
The meters that we install now, they have a component that they don't have to physically be read, but as the meter readers walk by and read power meters, it automatically uploads onto a handheld device. Mm-hmm. We also have 3 pilot programs with AMI metering, one being with Rec and Parks. We have over 100 meters out to help them with some water loss issues and that they're having. And then we have a project pilot that we're doing with the gas company, Aclara, where we have over 500 meters out, and they're being automatically read in a pilot stage. It doesn't go into the billing system as it is now, but we do get the data to see how that is all working. And then the third pilot is just we have automated meters, dials, and I think we have some out at port, out the LA port, where they had some water loss issues, so we're helping them along to monitor any water loss. In the future, in the near future, we'll be having a workshop with the Water Research Foundation to look at what other municipalities are doing for automated metering. Okay. Top picture, that's a trunk line, and we describe a trunk line in DWP as mains larger than 24 inches in diameter. Our goal, and we have no D and F graded pipe trunk lines in our system, but we do have pipes that need a replacement. We intend to replace about 40 miles over the next 10 years. Trunk line these are very big pipes, very difficult projects. Some of note, last year we completed a project, City Trunk Line Unit 4, which was a project, if you ever came through the valley, from Ventura Boulevard on Coldwater up to, well, that's the one that'll be completed in another few weeks, up to Moore Park over to Whitsett. And then the other one on Magnolia to Whitsett, we completed that the last fiscal year. So now we just started another project, Unit 3 on Whitsett, to tie this all together. So 4 is complete, 5 is near, and then other notable project for trunk line is Foothill Trunk Line. That's a big project. We're about 6 weeks ahead of schedule. The crew is really being productive there, and that's a project that will be using large diameter earthquake resistant ductile iron pipe in a part of that project a little later in this fiscal year. The bottom picture is that's a replacement of the concrete walls on the aqueduct. We have 31 miles of open aqueduct that needed sides replacing. This year we're starting the last 3 miles. It was a project that went over a 10-year project phase. This is the last one. We made the goal last year there with 3 miles completed. Also, which is not pictured, they will complete this year the relining of the sag pipe. The aqueduct, I think, and you're probably aware, is we have open trench, we have tunnels, and we have sag pipe. We've had projects in this past fiscal year. We met all the goals. 15,000 feet of top on the tunnel. We're removing the top and putting the tunnel, putting a new top on. So all those goals on the aqueduct were met this year. And then last but not least, slide is in the left bottom. That's newly retrofitted regulator station. Our regulator stations are critical function in controlling pressure throughout the city. We have 244 regulator stations, and since the early 2000s, we have retrofitted 155 of those pressure regulator stations. Our goal for last year was 4 regulator stations to be retrofitted, and we met that goal. The picture to the right of that is, and this could have been bigger and prettier, but that's a pristine retrofitted tank. We have a goal in the system to retrofit and clean 6 tanks per year. For last fiscal year, we retrofitted 6 and cleaned 6 tanks. So that was well done there. And the top picture are pumps. Have over 95 pump stations to keep Los Angeles in water. We have a goal of 12 retrofits and replacement of pumps each year. Last year we were able to replace 14 pumps to exceed the goal. And with that, that is the report of the infrastructure reliability for the water system.
Questions on water? Thank you. Very impressive.
Thank you. Oh, and I did have one note. We will, the 170,000 feet of main line that we were able to install last year will be celebrated with the mayor and the media on tomorrow morning in David. And so, that project, Valley Oak Drive.
Right. The mayor's office has organized and set this up, and my concern is that perhaps they did not think to provide invitations to the commissioners. Can you make sure that information gets to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's in the valley. It's part of the Barad, it's part of the Barad Empire.
We'll get you that information, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just would like to make one comment. Again, I want to thank General Manager Edwards and the department for really being open and hosting the educational presentation about piping, and I'm glad that the department's taking the case studies and information that was shared with amongst different utilities, incorporating different materials as appropriate into consideration as we continue to invest quite a bit of our budget into this infrastructure. So, and the next time you make this kind of a presentation, I would be curious as to what kind of materials are being used where, and if we are diversifying the materials that we have in the past.
We will get that information to you.
Thank you.
Howard.
Yes, I'm Marvin Moon, Director of Power of Engineering, and I'm here with Jay Pokovich, the Director of Transmission Distribution, and we're very pleased to present our progress. I'm going to touch briefly on how Water and Power compares to our neighbors, a little bit of our performance this last fiscal year, and then Jay will be talking about some of the challenges we've had and focus moving forward. Just looking at how we compare to other utilities, there's like any industry, they have indices on how we measure ourselves. And there's an index called the SAFE, which is an acronym which stands for System Average Interruption Frequency Index. I think an engineer came up with that, which talks about basically how many times does a customer go out on average. You can see in this graph the department is first quartile performance compared to the other three big investor-owned utilities. At the end of 2014, we were at 0.65, which means that on average, about every 2 years, someone would expect to see an outage. We don't have 2015 on here because for some reason the other utilities haven't posted their numbers yet. But you'll hear our numbers when Jay talks. The other trend I want you to point out is that you see a downward trend overall. All the utilities have been putting a lot of focus on reliability. We started our reliability program in 2007, and there's also the fair weather has helped out in that case as well. By the same token, we have frequency of outages. We also have
Mark,
duration.
Before you go,
Yes, sir.
when you look at some of the variability in these numbers, did we have 2 big windstorms that year or not? Those are the kind of, when he talks about weather, those are the things that can really move these numbers around. Go ahead.
Yeah. By the same token, in addition to frequency, we also look at duration. How long on average is the customer out per year? And you can see the same trend. Department is the blue line. We're at about 75 minutes at the end of 2014, which is between first and second quartile performance compared to our neighboring utilities. So the initiatives we've done, we have a whole lot of initiatives on reliability, but these are kind of what I call our flagship items, things that really require major investments and are very important. If you look at pole replacements, we had a goal based on our resources of 2,000 poles last fiscal year, and these are poles that have been identified to have problems and need to be replaced, and we met that goal at 2039. That green graph you see right next to it, we call that overall. Now, in addition to the poles that are just need replacing because they're not in good shape, we're also doing, at the same time, we're hooking up new customers with new business. We're doing system growth jobs, relocating poles for like the MTA jobs going on. And so that adds, normal business would be an additional 1,000 poles. The point I'm making is, even last year, if we did normal business as 1,000 poles, we replaced 2,000 poles just because they needed to be done. So twice as much work goes into replacing poles just because they need it as normal business. Same with cables. We have, our goal is 46 miles. The cables that these are cables that were identified that need replacing because their performance is compromised. We did 33 miles, and because of other work in the department, the green bar shows we did 51 miles overall, pulling cable out and pulling new cable in. Also on poles, we have cross arms. Those are those horizontal wood pieces that hold the wires up. And when we started the reliability program in 2007, we didn't have a cross arm program, but we saw it was trending very negatively. So we started that, and what that shows is that over time, things change. Things become more of a problem as you address them. Our goal last year was 7,000 cross arms that need replacing. We did 8,800. These are compromised cross arms. And just normal business, which is the green graph, we did 16,000 cross arms.
Does the green graph include the red graph, or it's in addition to
it? Includes the red graph. That's right. So that's everything we did. counting
And I
everything.
want to point out that cross arms are really important from a reliability perspective. We don't have poles dropping over on a regular basis, but cross arms, they're the ones that lead to a lot of shorts and need to be replaced. So we focus on cross arms because it increases our reliability much faster when we do that.
Right. Also, because cross arms are a lot smaller, they rot out faster than the large wood poles, so they need to be replaced typically 2 or 3 times over the life of a pole. Also, transformers. These are our goal in the last few years has been 400 additional transformers that need replacing. Our goal last year was 600. We did 800, and we did a lot of work. We did 3,300 transformers overall. Forward. In other areas, we have a lot of work in the area of converting overhead distribution to underground. A lot of this is customer requests and driven. And our goal is typically 8 miles per year. We did 15 last year. On our primary circuits, our 4,800 volt lines, these are the lines that power most of our houses and small businesses. We had a goal of installing 10 miles of those circuits, and we did 13. And our higher voltage system, the 34,000 volt system, that we had a goal of 5 miles, we did 1.4 miles in there. Down at the bottom here, we see some transmission circuits, some major projects we're doing for reliability. We had a project going for the last 8 years called the Receiving Station C Bypass, or RSC Bypass. Back in 2005, we had a huge outage over in the valley, and what we found was that in 3 places in our system, we had too many lines coming into one station. So if you had a problem in that station, it kind of choked off everything beyond it. So we had 3 projects to bypass a couple of transmission circuits around these stations to keep the reliability up. The first 2 projects were very easy because they were done with overhead lines. The last project, RSC down in Wilmington, that was a lot more challenging because they were underground transmission lines. And we had to move 4 circuits through this project. And we're finishing it up this month. So it's a milestone in my book anyway. Another circuit project for reliability, it's a huge one going on right now. We're installing a 12-mile, 230,000 volt underground transmission line from our scattered good generating plant up to RSK, which is north of Santa Monica. They've done 90% of the conduit done. They have to cross a bridge and do a couple boring jobs, and they pulled 28% of the cable. This is a sample of that cable. It's basically a large copper conductor with a lot of plastic insulation that holds 230,000 volts.
This is, if I can interrupt quickly, this is the kind of project that will help us ultimately reduce and/or eliminate our dependence on those generating units that we categorize as reliability must run.
Right. Another project.
When should that be done?
That one's going to be done.
Next February, right?
Yeah, February 2017. So moving right along. Another project that is just going now is the Sylmar ground return. We have a substation in Sylmar that brings DC power from the Pacific Northwest. It's a 3,000 megawatt station. And just like your house has a little ground wire that comes out and goes to a ground rod, maybe you can see it, maybe you can't. This station has a big ground wire coming out of it too. It's actually bigger than this. And it goes from Sylmar on overhead lines, and it drops underground down Sunset and goes out to the ocean. And that's where the big ground grid is. That line was installed in the early 70s, and it needs to be replaced. And so we're currently replacing that cable, some big heavy cables, and then we just went out for a contractor to install the part in the ocean. And lastly, our 138 kV transmission system. These are underground cables. These are World War II vintage cables. They were installed from 48 up through 59. You can see the trend of the failures on those things. So we had to replace all of them. We identified that starting in 1999. We've replaced 7 of the 17. We have 10 left, and we're going out for a big contract to just knock it out over the next 5 years. So you'll see that in a few months come to you. On the budget side, this is a summary. Let me draw your attention to the lower right corner. This is a graph that shows how we spend the money. You can see half of the money is in distribution, and that's where a lot of the outages are facing customers. About a quarter of it is in substations, and the rest fills in the gap. Our capital was a bit underspent, and thanks to you folks, you provided the funding for this reliability program. Now it's our challenge to get the resources up to actually deliver on it. Some of the delays were related to materials, contract delays. On some of these multi-year contracts, if you delay like 2 months or 3 months, it makes a big swing in the budget shifting.
You'll remember, too, the challenge is DW not only not had a rate increase, but then would get 1 year. Well, you can't really tool up on a multi-year contract and get everything in place with that kind of rate making. So in essence, you've provided the stability for this kind of investment to happen.
And fortunately, the power reliability program is something if we don't spend it, the customers don't pay for it. On O&M, we hit the target almost dead on. So overall, we, at the bottom of the page, you see we're about 22% off. So I'm going to switch over to Jay, and he'll tell you what's going on.
Good morning. This slide here shows our outages for last fiscal year and the year before. And we did show an increase last year. With the hype of El Nino, and then when we didn't get the rain we so desperately wanted, we kind of lost, how significant last winter was. But we did some research, and we did have some major systems come through. Give an example, in 14-15, we elevated to level 1. That means we couldn't respond to customers in our normal time frame 4 times in that year. In 15-16, we went to level 1 12 times. So we did have a significant number of storms come through, and it impacted our distribution system, and these numbers show that. Well, you'll see that weather obviously increased. Trees was a major increase, and then overhead equipment, which is the cross arms and the equipment like that. The trees is interesting that we're still seeing a high number. Even last week, we had 3 trees just break. The drought has stressed the trees in Los Angeles to where they're losing some of their strength and ability to just stay up on their own. We're meeting with Rex and Parks. We're sending the superintendent of our tree section tomorrow. They have a task force to try to figure out what we can do about this. And so we'll have more on that, but we did see an increase.
One closing observation on this slide, and then we'll move forward. For those of you who know, I have an unending hatred of metallic balloons. You will see why.
You're going to talk about that? You want me to? The next slide kind of breaks it down a little different. Again, it shows that we did see an increase in the cross-arm types, transformers. That was due to some heat waves. Something that we saw an increase was hit poles. We continue to battle that. Marcy mentioned the balloons. We saw an increase. We have hundreds and hundreds of balloons takeout circuits every year. We thought they were going to ban it this year. We went up to Sacramento. We thought we had moved it along, and we found
I sponsored that legislation when I was in Anaheim and got knocked down. Then I pushed it again through in LA and got knocked down. But I'm going to keep introducing that legislation sooner or later.
Apparently there's a Mylar balloon lobby. So.
Yes, there is.
And they seem to have some influence. So again, this one here just shows some different, something that our goal is to replace these cross arms because they do support the wires. And something we're doing is we're not replacing them with wood cross arms. We're replacing them with fiberglass cross arms, which have over double the life expectancy. They're extremely strong, and I think we're going to see a better investment, and we won't be back here in 50, 60 years telling the same story.
Part of the value, too, I want you to take away is the level of analysis that goes into what causes these outages, the impacts on customers, and then that's what directs the investment and sets the priorities.
Next slide. Here's kind of a sample of what we've done over the 3 years on the major goals that we've set for distribution, our poles, cross arms, underground cables, and transformers. You can see we've increased every year with the exception of cable for last year, and that was a conscious decision where instead of doing main lines, which is very fast and efficient, we started to hit the residential neighborhoods, especially in the Hollywood Hills, the Palisades, because those systems are so old and those homes have just added so much load with air conditioning and swimming pools. And so, but it's very time consuming. We have to provide power, we have to pull out the old, splice the new, we replace transformers. But I think it's a good investment in those areas, and we're going to continue to do that. Also with our contract resources, we should be able to meet our goal. So focus moving forward, continue with our transformer replacements. We met and exceeded that goal. Our pole goal, we met and exceeded. Same thing with cross arms. Fixing tickets is an item that's identified through some of our inspection programs. That's a minor repair that we need to start addressing, and we have some plans to fix that. Tree trimming, again, with the drought, we're working on how we can combat that. Next, contractors. We are using contractors to assist with poles, transformers, cables. For a long time, we were about 1/3 of the capacity of contractors we needed under the contract. And that's just because California, every utility has infrastructure replacement projects, and there's such a strain on the limited resources. Currently, we're at about 2/3, so we're able to recruit some more resources, and we're currently working in West LA to try to get some county property that we can use to bring on more contractors and they can stage there, and that's going to help us on the west side. So on substations, we're actively our circuit breaker replacement programs. We're also doing customer station testing and replacing those transformers. Next slide. Sorry if I'm going fast, but okay, moving forward, again, we want to keep up our inspection programs on our transmission, distribution, and our stations so we can identify problems before they occur. In-house and contracts. For the first time in many years, we're actively recruiting outside linemen. They do this work. Again, it's a very, there's a limited resource and there's a lot of competition for that resource. So we have to get creative in how we can attract somebody to come work in the city of Los Angeles when they have options to pretty much work anywhere they want. And then, of course, we want to match our resources material to the funding that was provided. And we want to have backup projects, so if something falls through or permitting, we have a backup that we continue working and moving forward to meet our goals. And that's it.
I had one quick comment on the power reliability. It seems like we're trying to work off of what the pressures and the demands have come, the pressures and demands that have come from the past to the present. But in terms of projecting out to the future, I would only say that, and I'm sure you're considering it, but there are areas of the city where redevelopment pressure is clearly going, but we try to anticipate and work with and understand where it's projected to go. And I, thinking of, for instance, Van Nuys Boulevard, that, it's not our responsibility to do that makeover, but it's clearly one of the places that's going to actually see that redevelopment pressure. And as the area that of East Los Angeles moves south of the Artist District to South Central along Central Avenue and Slauson, that we try to incorporate burial of utilities and things like that into our plans, and as important, making sure that we have capacity to meet the business demands that are probably going to be coming to those areas.
I would agree. Yeah, the department's always watching the loads and the trends and where the construction's happening to make sure we have the infrastructure to support it. And as the industry changes too, with distributed generations and so on, we have to change how we build things as well.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that the trends don't look like they're going there, but it's pretty obvious that they're going there just in terms of the development pressure and where the next Artist District is supposed to be somewhere around Vernon, and not where it is right now, just because artists can't afford to live in the Artist District anymore.
Other questions, other comments? Thank you very, very much. Council?
At this point, we shall recess in a closed session, and following closed session, we shall reconvene into open session to conclude the remainder of the agenda.
We shall reconvene, we shall convene into closed session.
Yeah.
closed session has just ended. The commissioners and executive management will be in the boardroom shortly. Recording?
The meeting will please come back to order. Barbara, I see that closed session got through item 8. Oh, item 9, filed items. What, are there some filed items? Any filed items? Okay. Oh, monthly reports. Quarterly status report on water quality regulatory compliance projects, third quarter for April 1 to June 30th.
I believe the information is in your packet, and if you have any questions, we'd be
Very
happy
good.
to answer them.
Good. Item 10, discussion with neighborhood council representatives on any neighborhood council resolution or community impact statement filed with the city clerk, which relate to any agenda item listed or being considered on this agenda for the Water and Power Board.
No community impact statements or formal positions were filed by any neighborhood councils on the items on today's agenda.
Okay, we move to, before approval of the minutes, I am going to move deferral of 2 items, item 13 and item 16. Is there a second to the motion to defer item 13?
Second?
Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's deferred. Is there a second to the motion to defer item 16?
So moved.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 13 and 16 are deferred. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the July 19th board meeting?
I actually had one revision,
Okay.
and this falls under item number 3, under Commissioner Noonan's comments. If you would please revise the statement to read, please provide an update on the strategy behind potentially retrofitting JFB. And I would, okay.
With that change, is there a motion to approve the July 19th board minutes?
So moved.
Second, those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we now move to items to be pulled from the listed items, items 12 through 23. I want to pull item 23. Do any
Yes.
commissioners, Commissioner Barad?
15.
Okay, Commissioner Barad pulls 15. Any others?
Yeah, I think there are some comment cards on it anyway, but the resolution that I have.
You're 22?
Yes.
Okay, pull 22. Any others? Okay, is there a motion to approve items 12? Oh, it's not. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only looking at my earlier comment list. We have a later comment list. Okay, we will pull item 21 as well for public comment and any other comment that may occur. So is there a motion to approve items 12, 13, 14?
Not 13.
I'm sorry, 12, 14.
17.
No, we've deferred 13. 12, 14, 16.
16 was deferred.
18, 17, excuse me, 16 is deferred, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those items are approved.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have a brief comment on 18, but didn't want to interrupt.
Go ahead.
The brief comment is, I have no objection to this item, but in the future, as we consider these sorts of projects, rather than providing payment directly to the customer, we should explore the option of on-bill financing for projects both large and small.
Thank you.
In the future.
Okay. Okay, somehow we are blessed with an abundance of speaker cards for 2 of these items, item 15 and item 22. I'm going to compress the speaking time because of the number of speaker cards we have. So we move to item 15. We have 6 speaker cards. You'll have 1 minute each to present your remarks. So Barbara, call the speaker cards on item 15, please.
Okay, item 15, the first speaker is David Fink, and after that, Paul Herzog.
Good afternoon.
It's at the other podium
use
right
the
behind you.
mic behind
sorry.
you.
That's okay.
Unless you'd like to be hired.
The big sign that says staff right in front of my.
Well, are you interested in applying?
Well, we'll see how my comments go, and then you can see if you want to offer me a job.
Brevity is the key.
My name is David Fink. I'm the Director of Policy with Climate Resolve. We're a nonprofit climate change organization based here in downtown Los Angeles. We are focused on both climate mitigation and climate adaptation. Specifically, for the purposes of today, I want to speak to the California-friendly landscape rebate and urge you to not incentivize artificial turf, which increases the urban heat island effect. In Los Angeles, the projections are that the temperatures will increase 3 to 5 degrees in the coming years, and the number of extreme heat days, that's days of 95 degrees and above, will double, and in some parts of the region triple. And the urban heat island effect is exacerbated during those periods. We worked with this department on the cool roof incentive and the cool roof ordinance with the Department of Building and Safety. And at the time, the 2 main reasons for that incentive were to reduce the urban heat island effect and to increase energy efficiency. So a rebate for artificial turf would simultaneously be incentivizing the increase of the urban heat island effect, and with the cool roof rebate, incentivizing the reduction of the urban heat island effect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Paul Herzog, and after that, Cassie Agayan.
I have a letter of support.
Okay, just
Just leave it on the desk.
Yeah, Paul Herzog. I'm the National Coordinator for Surfrider Foundation's Ocean Friendly Gardens Program. And sorry for the misspellings on the letter of support that was submitted to Mr. Funderburk and to Ms. Barad. Sorry about that. This is a major step forward after a couple years of a lot of hard work. I'm really excited about this. I just want to have one clarification on the board letter. In the background section, it says, quote, stakeholder groups struggled with how to handle rebating the use of synthetic turf. Except for DWP staff, we were unanimous in opposing it. What is the watershed approach? Living soil, rainwater retention, climate-appropriate plants, high-efficiency irrigation is needed. When you use synthetic turf, you compact soil. Once you compact it, you kill the soil biology that you need to filter pollution that comes off the roof that we want to get into soil. Number 2, artificial turf needs to be cleansed. Dog poops on it, pollution lands on it, you wash it off, it creates polluted runoff. Number 3, it photodegrades. It means it breaks down over time, breaks into plastic pieces. You wash it off, it gets into the ocean. That's plastic pollution. There's no good reason to be providing a rebate for artificial turf.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Cassie, and after that, Pamela Bertster.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Cassie Awiaki, and I'm president of Form LA Landscaping and the Theodore Payne Foundation for Wildflowers and Native Plants. Both our organizations support the watershed approach and the exclusion of artificial turf from the rebates. We believe that at least here in Los Angeles, the right landscape can save the world. I've personally dedicated the last 20 years to doing that very thing. I think that through this, we can improve the health and wellness of kids and families, mitigate our fire, flood, and slide cycles, ensure our water resilience, cool LA, and save the city, state, and families money, all with the same set of decisions. And why would we do any less? It's your leadership on the lawn rebates that forever altered LA's understanding of the impact of landscaping. Thank you for that. It has truly changed the conversation that I have day to day with my clients. We've gone from trying to convince our high-end clientele that sustainable landscapes can be beautiful to assuring them that they're going far enough to do their part in LA. That's the power that you hold here. These seemingly small choices, a 0% versus 50% approval of artificial turf, a 0% ban on turf-like grasses, have profound impacts in the field.
Could you wrap up your remarks, please?
Yes. Today, you will define what people see as responsible, what they see as beautiful. You select how LA will transform, who gets the benefits of wise landscaping, and who suffers the consequences of spaces deadened by gravel and plastic. Here's the thing. My son and the children of my clients, they're going to have beautiful California native lawns that are play-ready, free of toxic chemical fertilizers.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Pamela Burster, and after that, Deborah Bloom.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Vice President, Commissioners. I'm Pamela Bursler from G3 Green Gardens Group. We are a educator in water conservation and water quality issues, specifically using the landscape. And I want to thank you for taking this major step forward in creating incentives for Los Angelinos to replace turf with California-friendly landscapes following the watershed approach. You know, throughout the state, there's been growing awareness that the watershed approach is the only way that urban areas can become resilient in the face of water scarcity and climate variability. But like all the other members of the stakeholder committee, there's one element we cannot support, and we believe there should be no rebate for artificial turf. You know, G3 has trained thousands of Los Angelinos and hundreds of Los Angeles property owners and hundreds of landscape professionals in this city on the value of the watershed approach, which clearly doesn't include putting layers of plastic in the landscape. I think one of the things that's most important to understand is that if people genuinely want to put plastic in their landscape, they can pay for it themselves without receiving a rebate that is detrimental to the benefits for all Los Angelinos. And I think that's a really important thing for us to remember, that we don't need to pay people to make a bad choice in the landscape. Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah Bloom, and after that, Jackie Serber.
Good afternoon. I'm Deborah Bloom. I'm the Senior Director of Policy at Tree People. For over 40 years, Tree People has worked with the City of LA and DWP to promote nature-based solutions to our greatest environmental challenges. As such, we want to really applaud DWP and the staff from everyone from the mayor's office on down for putting forth this watershed approach. However, I do want to join my other nonprofit colleagues in voicing opposition to ratepayer dollars going to artificial turf. And let me give you 4 specific reasons. David Fink from Climate Resolve already mentioned the increase in the urban heat island effect, which is going to lead to extreme heat, which we're already suffering from. 2, artificial turf decreases soil health. That means less water infiltrating into the ground, and that means poor soil for planting trees needed to protect us from extreme heat. 3rd, we all just completed the Stormwater Capture Master Plan. Tree People was very involved in that. Why are we completing this plan and putting projects together when we should be looking at all parcels to be able to infiltrate water and not just put plastic over it? And lastly, let's try to incentivize behaviors that aren't already happening. People are putting in artificial turf because of the ethic of we want green grass in our front yard. Let's change that and incentivize the change we want to see in this world. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Jackie Serber.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Jackie Serber. I'm this year's president of the Greater LA District of the Association of Professional Landscape Designers. We've been helping homeowners with the rebates since 2009. And as a garden guru, that means I was partially employed through G3 to fill a contract for DWP. I met with over 60 LA DWP customers as a one-on-one consultant. And time again, they asked me, what are the benefits, what are the pros and cons of artificial turf? I gave them all the pros, all the cons, And once I explained it to them, none of them chose artificial turf. If your concern is that if you create a rebate program that doesn't include artificial turf, that you're going to get a lot of complaints, I can assure you, all you have to do is create a website or a page, a link, that explains all the pros and cons. People will understand and back you in this decision to not include it. I've heard specifically from Penny Falcon, people want areas for their dogs and kids to play in. This is Achillea, this is yarrow. It's a California native plant that can be created and mowed into a beautiful lawn-like substitute. So we have lots of options. We don't need artificial turf. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last speaker card.
Is somebody going to present this?
Yes, the staff has worked with the multiple environmental groups, some of which are here today. So Dick Pettijohn is here to give a very short presentation.
I had a couple of slides. I don't know if Reggie's got them ready here. Okay. So good afternoon, President Levine, Commissioners. I'm going to talk to you about some proposed changes we're going to offer you to consider for our California Friendly Landscape Program. This is also commonly referred to as our turf removal program or our Cash in Your Lawns program. So the changes we're proposing only affect the landscape criteria for a customer to qualify for participation. They don't affect the cost of the program as far as the $1.75 that we're offering for turf removal. I've got a few slides here. The first one, just to emphasize the fact that this is one of our most popular conservation programs. It's been a key to our conservation success all through the drought. We started this program in 2009. Since that time, we've removed 46 million square feet of turf in the city of Los Angeles. That's about 90% of the governor's goal for the entire state, which was 50 million square feet of turf. And it represents a savings of about 1.8 billion gallons of water each year from this program. So currently we're getting about 50 applications a week, about 200 a month, and about 4 million square feet of turf removal a year. So the second slide addresses a question that has been brought up by your board. And did I hit the right button? There we go. This just shows you the distribution of the turf rebates that we've offered in the city, and you can see it's a pretty even distribution across the city. Pretty popular program in every area of the city, and well distributed throughout the city. The areas where you don't see a lot of applications, some of those are state parks and golf courses, Hanson Dam, San Gabriel Mountain, some areas like that. But other than that, pretty well distributed across the city. And now for the final slide, and this gets to what some of our speakers were referring to today. The problem is that under the current program, our customers are only required to remove their turf and replace it with 40% coverage of drought-tolerant plants. The remaining 60% of their property, they can cover with rock or gravel or decomposed granite, permeable hardscape, or even synthetic mulch. Now, alternatively, if they would choose to, currently, they can replace that turf with 100% synthetic turf. So to address this issue, we wanted to incorporate a watershed approach, and we formed a working group with representatives from Tree People, the River Project, Green Gardens Group, LA Waterkeeper, Surfrider Foundation, and Mia Lehrer and Associates. And we also worked with the mayor's staff and also one council member's staff. And from this process, we reached consensus on 4 of the 5 bullet points you see on this slide. And I'll let you guess which one we did not receive consensus on. But we did receive consensus on the first 4, so I'm going to run through those. We wanted to add a stormwater capture component to the program, and so this means that a customer will have to choose one form of stormwater capture on their property, and they can do an infiltration trench, a vegetated swell, retention pond, a rain garden, cistern, rain barrel, something like that. Also, we changed the 40% coverage requirement. We increased it to 50% coverage. So now a customer will have to cover at least 50% of their property with drought-tolerant, California-friendly plants rather than 40%. And then as far as the rock and gravel and decomposed granite, we reduced that. Currently they can do 60%. We reduced it down to 25%. So some pretty good changes, all of which were reached by consensus with the group. And then also synthetic mulch is no longer allowed under the program. So now you have to use organic mulch, tree bark, other organic products. So this brings us to the one issue that we were not able to reach consensus on, and that's the issue of synthetic turf. So,
can I just ask you a quick question about the consensus or lack of consensus on that? One of the witnesses suggested and also wrote to us that the lack of consensus on this item was only because DWP staff was the one entity that disagreed with all the other stakeholders. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, but for the DWP staff, we would have reached consensus on that item as well.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So the consensus that we didn't reach was on this item, and we proposed limiting synthetic turf to 50% of the area of turf removed, and the stakeholder group wanted turf eliminated as an option. So some of the concerns you've heard today, and were also have been articulated to us, is that installation of synthetic turf compacts and kills soil biology. So when artificial turf is installed, the ground is leveled, but they don't come in with compaction machines and compact the soil. They just they level the ground and they put the turf on. The modern synthetic artificial turf, and the one that BOE has the requirements for customers to put in, is pretty high quality. It's permeable synthetic turf, and so as far as soil biology below the turf, it will continue to receive water through the turf because it's permeable. Also, one of the criticisms was that it adds to the urban heat island effect. So since 2009, we've removed 46 million square feet of turf. Of this, about only 5% was actually replaced with synthetic turf. Now, that equates to only 0.018% of the total surface area of the city of LA. So we think that there's little or no additional heat island effect from the turf removal that we've done since 2009.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Dave, in terms of where the synthetic turf is being used, do you have any GIS mapping or anything in terms of where that's actually being used? Is it being used in areas that perhaps could not afford to do the higher-end landscaping, or is it just spread throughout the city?
I don't know the answer to that, but it's actually more expensive to do the artificial turf than it is to do the California-friendly plants by a considerable margin. It's anywhere from $5 to $8 a square foot to do artificial turf, and the California-friendly plants are a fraction of that. So it's cheaper to do the California-friendly, California-native plantings than it is to put the turf in.
So wouldn't that suggest that the artificial turf is more likely to be used in the higher income areas?
Yeah, it would.
Well, not, it might suggest it, but it might not necessarily, because there's no O&M regarding that you have to, the $150 a month landscaper bill that you end up paying for the drought tolerant lawn that I found out about myself.
So another criticism was that it creates polluted runoff, and we've worked with BOE since we first started the program, and they've now adopted new design standards for artificial turf, and they require high-quality permeable synthetic turf in it, and that bans the use of the rubber infill that used to be used that can release pollutants into the environment. Another criticism was that the artificial turf will break down over time and creates plastic debris that runs off into the ecosystem. Under the new BOE standards, the artificial turf must not be subject to UV degradation, or leaching of pollutants from the turf into the environment. So that's designed to ensure that there are no negative water quality impacts from the installation of artificial turf. So our recommendation was based on our opinion that it's important to maintain the popularity of this program, and we wanted to allow as much customer flexibility as we could for their turf projects. Some residents do want an area of synthetic turf for aesthetic reasons or recreational reasons, sports activities, or just entertaining guests in their backyards. It's pretty tough to walk around on California-friendly plants. Also, lower maintenance, which Commissioner Funderburk mentioned, that live plants do require maintenance. Artificial turf, sometimes some of the elderly would rather have something that doesn't require them to be out in the yard maintaining it. However, if the board were to decide to eliminate artificial turf as an option in the program, we would recommend that you consider continuing to allow Department of Rec and Parks and others who have large sports fields in the city and want to replace those sports fields with artificial turf, that we continue to offer a rebate for them.
Dave, could you clarify for me that the topic on the table is whether we incentivize, not whether we allow artificial turf. If somebody wants to pay for it and use it, sure, they can do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke there. Yeah, the issue here is whether we incentivize it, not whether we allow it. That's
Dave,
correct. Thank you.
Dave, did the Office of Sustainability weigh in on this?
I have not had a chance to talk to the Office of Sustainability about this.
Does our website outline the pros and cons as mentioned by one of the guest speakers? I mean, do we offer consultation or refer some of these nonprofits to our ratepayers so that they can make an educated choice as to how to participate in the rebate program?
We do offer classes on California-friendly plantings and our artificial turf as an option. We offer that in the classes that we offer to our customers who want to convert their landscape over. I don't believe we do a pro and con analysis when we offer that class.
And the classes are advertised on our website?
Yes.
First of all, I want to compliment you on this program. I mean, it's really been extraordinarily successful and important and critical in the context of the drought. And I think that the department and your staff deserve an enormous amount of credit. Having said that, I was unhappy about, and I think it was an unintended implication, that there may have been more of a compromise and more of a division than it appears to have occurred in the context of the stakeholder group. If all of the stakeholders other than DWP were of one position, and DWP was the lone stakeholder that disagreed, that's not like a complex compromise that building, toing and froing. I've spent a lot of time developing legislative compromises over the years. And ordinarily, I would hate to take one building block out of a large chunk and see a compromise fall apart. But in this instance, in light of your response, Dave, and in light of the testimony of one of the speakers, if the one entity in the compromise was us, and everybody else in the stakeholder group felt the other way, I come to the conclusion that we're better off without the incentivization for the artificial turf. I take your point on the large rec and park facilities, and I'd like to develop a mechanism where certainly they'll be allowed, anybody will be allowed. And I'm sympathetic to perhaps continuing to incentivize above a certain, with some criteria, youth football fields and the like, so that they'd be able to use artificial turf. So this is a somewhat unintelligible amendment that I'm going to suggest. But what I would like to offer as an amendment is that we remove the incentive for artificial turf, carving out an exception to the removal for facilities akin to those of what Recreation and Parks and perhaps other entities would need for recreational activities. So with that inartfully drafted amendment, is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second. I think Jill wants to say
I'm sorry,
okay.
but I wanted to comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before.
Feel free.
Okay.
This amendment will be on the table,
Okay.
and you go ahead and continue the discussion.
Good, thank you. First of all, I think that this is a good thing that you're bringing this to the board, and that it's not a decision on the rebates just to be made internally. In the department, I think that this is a policy that the board should appropriately discuss. I share the concerns with President Levine, and I have been called and emailed and texted and everything for the last several days on this issue. And I share a lot of those concerns. However, I think that our main goal is to conserve water. And I think we need to keep that in mind. And by offering these options to stakeholders, to our ratepayers, all kinds of rebates to conserve water, I think is really paramount to the success of our conserving water. And I think that this, by just saying you get, 50%, is an option. And I must say this because it was some language that I really felt very uncomfortable with in one of the letters that I received on this issue. And that is saying that since the affluent use the most water, they don't need or deserve our subsidy. That language and that thinking makes me really uncomfortable, because who's to say who needs it or who doesn't, or who's affluent or who isn't? Because if you want to put in the AstroTurf, I think you should have the option, and we're saying you can do that. But then to say, well, we're not going to give you a rebate because you don't need it, I think that it says something to me that is uncomfortable. We give subsidies to people of lower income, which is the right thing to do. And we set a number. We say, if your household income is below this, then you can get, this savings. Are we now going to say, well, if your income is above that, then you can afford the turf and then you're not going to get a rebate? I mean, I think this opens up some dangerous territory here for us that I think maybe we hadn't thought about before. And I can say that when I got on the board and I looked at my water bills, which were very high, I put in a high-efficiency washing machine. I asked for a rebate. And the reason was because I'm entitled to a rebate. I got that machine. My other machine was fine, but I wanted to save the water. I don't feel that I should not ask for a rebate because I can afford it. And the same token here, I think that if we are going to have as an incentive to people that this is an option, that you can have California native plants or whatever, and then you can have AstroTurf, or then you should be able to do it. And I think you should be able to get the rebate. It's not a lot that you get, and it is, as I understand it, as you said, part of our water conservation fund. So it's, I think that my feeling is that we should allow that. I understand, I've read everything that I've gotten. I've heard what the people said today. But I think on balance, our goal is to offer the public options. And if this would incentivize people to use less water, then we should consider it. I also agree that we should make some kind of exception or amendment for rec and parks, particularly for the soccer fields, and giving them the rebate. And the other thing that I'm probably going to offend everybody sitting right over there, but I understand that DWP was of one mind, but I don't see, in my definition of stakeholder, this group are not stakeholders in the broadest sense. I mean, these are environmental groups, and I understand your point of view. But to me, to say stakeholders means you go to the public and you say, what would you like? Would this be an incentive to you, an option for you to take your lawn out and put in some turf? If you got a small rebate, then you're looking at stakeholders in its most general sense. These, the people that I'm looking at, and I respect them all, these are environmental groups, or people that are, selling California native plants. So I don't really see this as DWP versus stakeholders. I think this is, this is a very select kind of group of people. But I would like us to really think about this and the path that we're going to not offer this rebate as an option to people who I think we want them to conserve. The other thing is that, and I've looked into this, the turf, because my neighbors now, some of them have the turf, and I've gone over during the heat of the day, and I felt it, because I wanted to see if it was real or not, because it really looked real. And it's not hot. And when they put it in, they put screening in and they drill holes. And they put the holes in for infiltration so that the water will go through and it won't run off. And I also understand that the rubber that they used to use to keep the blades up, they don't use that rubber now. It's not allowed on parkways. And now I think they're phasing that out of all the turf. And I think that's something that we should consider. So I think we need to really look at this. I don't think it's an easy, I think you could kind of argue it both ways. Thank you.
Commissioner Funderburk.
Yeah, I want to thank Dave and Delon and whoever else, and Marty, whoever else worked on this. And I wasn't, I wanted to speak to you, but I had read all the materials, and I understand from your point of view that we're trying to meet the mayor's executive directive goals. We're trying to meet our own water conservation goals. But I think that there's a lack of information here, okay? And when you make policy based on lack of data or incomplete data, then you make bad policy, okay? And we did this in the heat of the moment, and it worked. But it also oversubscribed, or it was getting to be so popular that we were going to run out of money, or we were going to put fixed costs onto the water rates on the balance of rate payers were going to increase so much that we ended up having to pull back on, or maybe Met did, but I can't, I'm sorry if that was Metropolitan Water District, but it ended up being curtailed at some level, even though that wasn't directly us. But I think that there's a need for information, but I think there's also a need to continue the program. I'd like to suggest, the reason I seconded President Levine's motion, I'd like to suggest having some report back in a year on this and getting some very significant questions answered. When I hear that somebody's afraid of something, I immediately think about, okay, gee, are they trying to instill fear to push policymakers, way on one side, or is that actually based on evidence? And what I've heard, our chief sustainability officer, who's the national policymaker in this area and in the whole sustainability area, their office wasn't consulted in a meaningful way. I think they should be, but that's not something that should hold us up. But I think that they should be consulted because there are a lot of sustainability and resilience type of issues that seem to be coming into play that need to be factored in. It's not a zero sum. I think believe in collaboration. If we can cooperate and reach consensus, which I think is great that you reached it on 4 out of the 5 points, that's a point. That's good. To Commissioner Barad's point, affluence, that was not part of the staff materials. That was not. There are, by the way, community groups on this page. You may not know them, but there are a couple of people that are working very hard in the middle of South Central LA that are listed on here that are community-based. Now, they may not have the neighborhood council imprimatur, like they may not be that, but they're working darn hard. And so this isn't just a group of, and they're doing the education with the community. And that's one of the reasons that I was persuaded that I did take to heart the letter that the Green LA Coalition submitted. As to the other one that referred to affluence, that's a red herring and should never have been injected into this debate. there are a lot of affluence issues related to our solar rebates that we have to answer to as a board. But that's not a discussion for now and shouldn't be brought up in the context of this. That's kind of, and so I think the affluence issue should really be, that was brought up by one commenter from what I could tell. I didn't see it from any other commenters, and I didn't think that it was appropriate because I think that that was kind of a, perhaps an additional scare tactic that really was unnecessary for this debate, although I do have a great deal of respect for Councilmember Koretz and his office and the work that the people in his office do, but I didn't think that, so my second is not based, I want to expressly qualify, my second is not based on what the affluence argument. My second's based on the other, the other data that seems to have come to fore, and I think the need to study this, and if it doesn't sell out, if we don't exhaust this fund or whatever that we have for the rebates, then I think within a year you can come back and revisit the issue of the TURP. But I strongly support Commissioner Levine's, President Levine's amendment to the motion. I didn't hear from President Edwards, or General, sorry.
I've been promoted.
From lame duck.
General Manager Edwards, I didn't hear from you that, does the Department of Public Works get a rebate itself? Do they get a rebate for, that they actually, so we transfer money to the city?
I believe that city departments have the same opportunity to apply for rebates, but
Then-
I'll have to check.
Then
Dave will check for you.
Never, I support the motion. I support the amendment.
I just want to make a brief follow-up to Commissioner Funderburk's points. I also think that Commissioner Barad raised really important and thoughtful points, as she regularly does. And I associate myself with Commissioner Funderburk's comments. It's because of the sustainability and environmental arguments that I've heard that I made the motion that I made. It was unrelated to the affluent issue, which you raised in a very thoughtful fashion. Other comments or questions?
I guess I just had and I'm kind of two minds on some of this. Commissioner Funderburk's comments about bringing this back in a year. I just wondered, Dave, is there anything else that we're missing here that you think we're not considering? I'm reluctant to have 6 letters on a couple of community groups on any given topic that we hear sway thoughtful comments from staff based on that alone, right? So, and I'm probably fine with if we just do it for large-scale projects, but I wonder, Dave, is there something else that we're missing here, we're not taking into account before we move forward with taking a big chunk of these off the, a piece of this off the table?
Before I respond to that, I need to respond to something Commissioner Funderburk said. I want to make it very clear that the fact that I didn't consult with Office of Sustainability is no reflection on the Office of Sustainability. It's on me. That was my oversight, not theirs.
That's my oversight. I shouldn't have said that.
But you know, we're offering $1.75 a square foot for artificial turf. It's not a lot of money. We used to offer $3.75, which was a lot of money to do it. We're now adding additional requirements that are going to cost the homeowner to participate in the program. The goal here is to try to strike that balance between adding enough requirements to where we get the watershed approach and the watershed effect, and not putting so many requirements on the program that we see the participation levels go down quite a bit. So I think Commissioner Funderburk's request is a good one. We should come back in a year and maybe even sooner and report on how the program is faring based on this new direction we're taking. And if we eliminate artificial turf, we can come back with more data on how that has affected the program or not as well.
Would a shorter period of time be better for you?
I would like to come back to your board in maybe 6 months.
Well, I would accept as a friendly amendment to my amendment a 6-month review period.
Okay.
If there's no further discussion, I'll ask for a vote on my proposed convoluted amendment with a 6-month reporting period.
I'd second it.
Those Funderburk already did, so you.
So I'm seconding the amended amendment.
Got it. So those in favor of the amendment? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
I feel that the department already did an excellent job in offering compromise, and agreeing out of 4 out of 5 points. To me, that's victorious. And I think educating the public and giving them options is something that will continue, having this program move forward. So although I do appreciate the information that was provided, I would side with the department on this ruling.
How do you vote?
No.
Okay, so it's a 3-2 vote. Barbara. Those in favor of the resolution as amended, I move the resolution as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Aye.
So that's a 4-1 vote with Commissioner.
Yep.
Oh,
Then they get the same
same
3 to 2.
Sorry.
Same 3-2.
Okay. Aye on a no.
Same 3-2.
No.
Yeah. That aye was a no.
Nay.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, we go to agenda item 21, I believe. Commissioner Noonan.
I'm comfortable moving forward. I think there was a public comment.
Okay, I
on-
think Tony, there are 2 speaker cards.
Yes, 2 speakers. The first speaker is Tony Wilkinson.
I want to say I'm very strongly in support of Commissioner Noonan's effort to get more information and pursue the issue of minority, women-owned, and diverse contracting. I think it's a big deal. The reason that I wanted to make a comment, though, is that as DWP contracting is a challenge right now, part of a possible DWP reform amendment is to have you guys help the department change its contracting policies. There's been a lot of talk about outside reviews like CAO and Mayor's Office and things like that interfering with DWP contracting. One of the things also that happens within the building here is DWP's review of its own contracting. So I am a little concerned about something that might make the reviews of internal contracts more complicated within this department because they don't want to have someone criticize us. Because I think what we really want is results. We want results that are fair, kind of like the next item on equity metrics. We want to make certain that what Commissioner Noonan is going after actually happens. So somehow, I think there needs to be some way to go after these results that hopefully doesn't build more internal bureaucracy.
Okay, the next speaker is Raul Salinas.
Good afternoon, Board President, members of the Commission. Raul Salinas, I'm a lawyer here in Los Angeles. I'm with the law firm of Alvarado Smith. Our firm has represented the City of Los Angeles in the past, and we continue to actually represent the Department of Water Power in the present. I don't speak today on behalf of my law firm. I volunteer my time in civic and business matters to a number of nonprofits, and I'm here as a board member for the Los Angeles Latino Chamber of Commerce. The Los Angeles Latino Chamber of Commerce is the most influential Latino chamber here in the Los Angeles County region. And I believe I'm also joined in my remarks today by the GLOC, the Greater Los Angeles African American Chamber of Commerce. Although I do not sit on their board, I am authorized to speak on their behalf. We wholly support the motion by Commissioner Noonan pertaining to procurement contracts and applaud the Department of Water and Power for moving in this direction. Having said that, there are a number of suggested items I'd like to bring to the board's attention. In connection with that motion, the chambers would certainly be hopeful that in the procurement process, when it comes to the collection of data, that the award should be counted only in one category, such that a small business award to disabled veteran-owned business should be counted there and not as a small business. That the data should be segregated by ethnicity, gender, and LGBT status. I understand that the department does some of that already for the larger contracts. That the data should reflect awards of prime contracts.
Could you wrap up your remarks, please?
I'm sorry?
Could you wrap up your remarks,
Yes.
please?
And that the motion allow for this continued dialogue, given the shortened period of time by stakeholder groups like the two chambers that I represent. But we certainly applaud the motion by the commissioner and hope that the board will approve it in its entirety. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the last card for 21, or for 20.
Sir, if I could offer a quick comment.
Please, yes.
I'd like to offer my appreciation to Commissioner Noonan by the thoughtful way in which she approached this. She was very sensitive to the internal bureaucracy issues. She worked closely with legal and the purchasing director to make sure what she was offering was both logical, appropriate at a policy level, but also actionable. And I very much appreciate that.
I just have one question, which is the deadline realistic?
The deadline was actually adjusted in response to concerns by the purchasing director.
Good. Okay, great. Any other discussion on this item? Would Commissioner Noonan like to make a motion?
So moved, and I thank you for all of your comments and support, and working to create a motion that is feasible and that will hopefully increase the diversity of people interested in working alongside and with the department. So thank you.
Second.
And I'd just like to say before I vote, thanks to Commissioner Noonan for the work the work that she's done and added, and voice that she's added, both from the standpoint of her expertise in looking at our contracts to the higher policy level that we're operating on, and look forward to making sure that this gets implemented.
Those in favor?
Aye.
I guess there can be none opposed if all five are in favor. Okay, we move to item 22, resolution establishing the Equity Metrics Data Initiative, introduced by an unnamed commissioner. Someone to well, we have 1 million speaker cards on this one before we. This is the one with which has attracted a lot of speaker cards. So let's go ahead on the speaker cards. We'll do a minute each on these also.
Okay, the
And
first
if
speaker.
whatever you're about to say has already been said, then you don't need to say it.
The first speaker is Sean Arnold, and after that, Taj Finney.
Good afternoon. My name is Attorney Sean Arnold, and my comments in support of the Equity Matrix Data Initiative will be anecdotal. In 1991, I was hired by Curls Brown, a very small law firm in Leimert Park. At the same time, the Enron scandal was breaking, and at the same time, the chairman of the board of DWP determined that there were millions of dollars being spent every year on law firms, and very little of that money was going to firms of color. The firm I was hired with, Curls Brown, was bond counsel to SCAPA. That got us on the short list, and we were hired to represent the board of DWP. And that created a 3-year odyssey for me, where I represented DWP in front of FERC at the transmission access proceedings and in front of the CPUC on planning issues. I participated in every single working group at Cal ISO and eventually on the SEAM steering group of the Western Interconnection. DWP was the beneficiary of all of that knowledge, and so was I. Today, I am managing partner of a law firm working in renewable energy. So I thank you for creating that opportunity, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. That's a great story, by the way.
Okay, the next speaker is Ty
Tal,
Finney?
actually. I blame my mother. How are you guys? Tal Finney, I'm Sean's partner. I had the good honor of serving inside the Congress when Congress member, now President Levine, was there. And I went to law school with this guy, Mr. Brajevich. I worked on environmental justice issues way back in the early 90s with then City Attorney Jimmy Hahn, and at the time, Mr. Funderburk sat on that commission. It was the very first DJ Commission, Environmental Justice Commission in the country. I had the good honor of being the Chief Deputy Controller of the state and the General Counsel while we worked on COIN, which was the CRA version of the insurance industry, on equity issues. I then got to serve in the Governor's office as Director of Policy, Senior Advisor, and in a whole bunch of different hats. I worked closely with Nancy Sutley over there. And I had the good honor of serving as the OPR Director, and I became the first Environmental Justice Coordinator statewide for the entire state of California. I wasn't sure why they picked me for that job, but I did it. And at the time, I was also sitting on both the Cal ISO and the Public Utilities Commission. And I'm not sure how I fare with you all bringing up those two organizations, but I'm just letting you know that this initiative is amazing. I think it's wonderful, having been through this at the state level and not seen anything quite like it having been done except in banking and insurance. And so for us to now take it on in the energy industry and the utility industry, I think it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. It really is about transparency, efficiency through increased competition. This is not some social handout. It fits right in there with the old ISO lines of both transparency and reliability. And so I commend you. I commend you for your 25 years of service, by the way, Ms. General Manager, and also congratulate you coming in. And I just want to say that I think it's a really wonderful thing that you're doing it, and I think you're going to help set a trend for the country. And I think that the people behind this will take a measured, prudent approach that I think will really be salient for the rest of the country. So thank you very much for what you're doing, and I'm in support of the initiative on behalf of the public.
Thank you, Tal.
Thank
The
you,
next
Tal.
speaker, next speaker is Deborah Bloom, and after that, Irma Munoz.
Hello again, still Deborah Bloom, still with Tree People. We just want to say we're really excited about this equity metric, metrics plural. We just really want to support it. We want to help you in implementing it. Consider us in. You know, one of the things that drives us is, as reported, and we found out from Australia, as health scientists report, as the climate impacts grow, there's a disproportionate impact on vulnerable and low-impact communities, which, by the way, impacts where DWP puts its tree canopy and the trees you're responsible for. So let's be sure to create a robust urban forest and a protective forest, especially in the communities that need it most, as part of these metrics. So thank you again, and we just look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Irma Munoz, and after that, Tony Wilkinson.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be before you to talk about equity metrics once again. I have an environmental equity organization, and when I was at the Clinton administration and worked for the State Assembly, I used to use the word equity a lot, and people thought I was talking Greek. And I hope that you don't think I'm talking Greek to you today, because that's not my intention. So I looked up the word equity in the business dictionary that I want to read to you, because I think it really captures what we're trying to do here. Fairness and impartiality towards all concerned, based on the principles of even-handed dealing. Equity implies giving as much advantage, consideration, or latitude to one party as it is given to another. Along with economy, effectiveness, and efficiency, equity is essential for ensuring that extent and cost of funds, goods, and services are fairly divided among all recipients. So I wanted to share that with you and to tell you that maybe you could start with the stakeholders that you meet with, because I've never, as an environmental organization that's very cutting edge, founded 10 years ago in the city of Los Angeles, been invited to any stakeholder meeting except for the equity meetings that recently were taking place. I honor and respect all of the environmental organizations that spoke to you, but they don't capture nor speak to the communities that I work in and care about. And it bothers me that if you ask the same people to participate, you're going to get the same result. And I think it's time for us to stop looking at issues like that and look at them like this. We have a very rich diversity, as well as in environmental organizations, and we work with many of them who present to you. So I'm not putting them down. I'm just saying, get more ideas, get more perspectives, and Mujeres La Tierra will be at the table once invited.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Tony Wilkinson, and after that, Blanca de la Cruz.
I like the previous comment about it being about fairness, because this is really what this set of metrics is about. And I think some of the metrics will show that fairness sometimes means it's not geographically distributed equally. Sometimes maybe rebates go to places that are more affluent because they have more power that they're wasting. But we need to have a spotlight on what's happening geographically to make certain the department is fair and equitable to everybody. Probably the Joe Romano will dislike my comment, but I am interested very much in equity of education and outreach. I'd like to make certain that we know the communities that we're actually bringing solutions and education to, that we're asking for in opinions. and that we somehow include that amongst the equity metrics that we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Including, I might say, Spanish language access.
The next speaker is Blanca de la Cruz.
We strongly support the adoption of equity metrics. We also asked that equity metrics include reporting and measuring single-family, multifamily, multi-market sectors separately in order to understand how the low-income renters in the city of LA are being currently served, as well as the nonprofit housing owners. I also want to flag that as part of DWP reform, City Council on July 7th, 2016, approved 2 recommendations that tie back to the importance of adopting equity metrics. Recommendation 22 is a report backed by DWP on options to help address equity access to clean energy solutions. Recommendation 23 is a report back on the potential of creating an executive level position to ensure that the interests of low-income customers are addressed across all DWP programs. We look forward to the first equity metrics report in February 2017 and seeing that the results and the findings are inform the 2 reports to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kent Minalt, and after that, Graciela Geyer.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Kent Minot. I volunteer with the Sierra Club, and the Sierra Club is a huge supporter of the Equity Metrics Initiative. Thank you very much for it. And also, thanks for your great response to the Watts EV car ride and drive event on the 18th of September. Mike Chatterman and I met with Marvin Moon and Scott Briasco in the electric car program, and now Damon Ayala from DWP will be at the drive and ride with a mobile car charger, an electric car, and presentation about the Charge Up LA program. There's a huge contribution to the event, which will also have the state's clean vehicle rebate program, AQMD's Replace Your Ride program as well. We've been going to meetings all over Watts and touting your participation, and the response in the community has been overwhelmingly enthusiastic. I want to reiterate the point I made a couple of months ago about the dearth of car chargers in Watts and other low-income areas of LA. LADWP has participated in the Turn on the Sun celebration of Pacoima, and I know you'll also be at the Eastside Soul Festival at Mariachi Plaza in East LA. These events, along with our Watts EV Drive and Ride, demonstrate a huge interest on the part of struggling populations in LA to participate in the advantages of the group clean energy economy. They want to be in on the jobs. They want their children to experience the environmental benefits. Please do what you can to get some car chargers in Watts and get them there before the 18th if you can. I'm making the same request to the AQMD to use funds they have to support green infrastructure in poverty areas. You'll recall the excellent equity metrics report by Jeffrey Peltola, which confirmed the yawning chasm between charger infrastructure and prosperous neighborhoods and the absence in low-income areas. Here's an equity metric that shows a glaring inequity. Believe me, residents in these areas know they've been shortchanged on these services, and I've given public comment before the yes, I'll be almost done here. I've given public comment before the Watts Neighborhood Council about Mr. Peltola's metrics report. So not only do they know, they also know that you know. So your prompt response to this inequity will show residents in these neighborhoods that you're now on your game and totally serious about redressing this unfair condition. It will also show well when you present your metrics report to City Council. Thanks in advance for your attention to this. I'm Kent Minot. I volunteer with the Sierra Club.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Graciela Geyer, and after that, Jessica Goodhart.
Thank you so much. My name is Graciela Geyer. I am a campaign representative with My Generation campaign of the Sierra Club in Los Angeles. And I just want to commend all of you and the staff for all of the work that's already gone into the equity matrix. And it's obviously also really reflective, I think, about really showing the city that this department is really serious about transparency, about rebuilding trust, about engaging the community, about being responsive. And I just wanted to bring up one specific issue that's kind of related to an earlier presentation about the grid, is that I know that UCLA is doing a study around the heat vulnerability in the grid, and that there is a gap in the data that they've gotten from the DWP that's like a 5-year gap, this is all hearsay, so I don't know it specifically, but I wanted to bring that up because I think that obviously that research sort of speaks to earlier about the academic partnerships and the need not only to address equity, but I think one of the points is that there's future planning in the grid that is also in need of equity, and that right now, clearly the department has had strain with hiring and all of the other issues that have been brought up today. But my fear is that the public funding is actually, in terms of grid improvements, is chasing after private funding. And so then we're going to see that reflected in the grid. And so I don't know if that's clear enough, but that we want to make sure that as we're doing these improvements to the grid, that they're done in an equitable fashion and they're not just responding to private investments in large solar projects, for example. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Jessica Goodhart, and after that, Raul Salinas.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jessica Goodhart, and I'm director of the Repower LA project at the LA Alliance for a New Economy. Repower LA is a coalition of community, labor, and environmental organizations that's been advocating for equity at LA Department of Water and Power for almost 6 years. And we are incredibly excited and supportive of this resolution and the work that this commission has been doing around the equity metrics initiative, and just wanted to speak in support. This is the first step. This is, I think, a foundation for which, on which to build. I think information is going to allow community members to engage in a much more sophisticated way to advocate for their neighborhoods. It's going to allow the staff to do outreach in a much better way. And you know, one of the thoughts that we had as a coalition is that when you go to present these metrics or to analyze these metrics, that it'll make sense to also partner with the great academic institutions that we have in the city, so that we're really looking at this in a thoughtful way and are able to act on them. But this is great work, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Raul Salinas.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Los Angeles Latino Chamber of Commerce and the Greater Los Angeles African American Chamber of Commerce, we congratulate the board, Commissioner Funderburk, and staff for this great initiative. Let me say to you that one of the viewpoints that has not been expressed is that by tracking this data and coming up with the metrics, you are also helping the stakeholders and the ratepayers here help you by becoming more educated on how this data is assessed. And to that point, we would simply ask that you, again, engage the stakeholders in coming up and agreeing on the 15 metrics that the department will be monitoring, and that the format for these metrics be placed in a very visible manner on your website and in a very readable manner so that the public at large can understand what this data is, be informed, become more civically engaged in the efforts that you're putting forth. And for that, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
That was the last speaker for this item.
Thank you, Barbara. Oh, is there one more speaker?
Sorry.
Go ahead and announce yourself.
Okay, sorry. I'm glad I made it. So good afternoon, Mr. President and Commissioners. I am Cindy Montañez, Chief Executive Officer at Tree People, but here, good morning, good afternoon. So just here really just to speak on, I know Deb already spoke on behalf of Tree People, so I want to speak on behalf of myself, and that's to say congratulations and thank you to the Commission, especially Commissioner Funderburk. And I know Commissioner Noonan has also taken a strong leadership, but all of you have, really in saying that here, you know, at the LA Department of Water and Power, we have obviously our goal of providing clean and reliable water and power, ensuring sustainability in Los Angeles, and that includes ensuring sustainable investment and equity throughout the city. We have an ability to do a lot to ensure that all communities throughout Los Angeles receive the highest level of services, have the opportunity to be part of Tree People in employment and contracting and in other ways. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I think this is a really important step that is going to allow us, or allow, I still continue to say us as DWP, but allow the Department of Water and Power to continue to do the great work that it's been doing, but also be able to track to ensure that that we are doing everything in as equitable manner as possible, and having the data and the metrics to show that. It takes obviously a special mind to be able to work through numbers and a special heart, which all of you have. So thank you. And I'm here just again to ask for support and look forward to being able to help in any way that I can.
Thank you. Thanks for your leadership of Tree People. Commissioner Funderburk, do you have any comments you might like to make?
Just thank you to everyone who showed up, and for all those who aren't here, whether they are not with us or whether they just couldn't be here today. In their memory and their honor, there are too many to mention. Commissioner Levine, Commissioner Barad, you fought all the battles that helped to open the doors for people like me, and I think that this commission will continue to fight to open doors. But along those lines, I said that I would keep my remarks brief because I think today is really Dave Wright's day, and I don't want to preempt you, but I'm just immensely proud of the work that you've done, General Manager Edwards, but that we as a board are bringing in Dave Wright as our new general manager. So that's not related to the equity metrics, but I did plan on keeping to the promise that I made. Thank you, everybody.
It's funny that you end on that note because having worked very closely with you on refining this resolution, I could not help but consider the fact that I believe amongst his many strengths, Mr. Wright, as we all have seen, has put a lot of his energy and attention to customer service, to getting a greater audience educated about DWP, and it really ties into I feel your outreach as well. I've been a commissioner now for a very, very long time. I've served on different boards, and I can state with complete sincerity that I have never seen a commissioner immerse himself so deeply and so passionately on any issue as Commissioner Funderburk has on this. It's an understatement to state that I've received at least 75 emails with reports. He's dug in deep. He's done a wonderful, wonderful job, I think, serving on this board to reach out to the public, as you can see by today's attendance. And I had always had a very high respect for Commissioner Funderburk, but after this process, my respect is really, really off the roof. And so congratulations. And I thank you as an Angelino for all of the research and hard work that you dedicated to ensuring that this resolution got through.
I'll just chime in. I can't add much, if anything, to Commissioner Noonan's comments about Commissioner Funderburk. I will take I have some nice things to say about Dave Wright also, but I'm going to wait till number 23 about that. I had the privilege, I didn't know Bill Funderburk before. This board was asked to become members of before we were asked to become members of this board. And actually, even before we were sworn in, Manager Edwards' predecessor, Ron Nichols, approached Funderburk and me and said, would you guys essentially try to negotiate a deal at Owens Lake? In that process, that was the first time I saw the depth of his determination and commitment and passion and talent in terms of accomplishing a very, very, very difficult objective, which would have never occurred had it not been for the dedication that he demonstrated. And so I was not surprised when I saw him dive into this one as well. So without going into greater detail, I second Commissioner Noonan's comments and compliment Commissioner Funderburk for his leadership on this extremely important issue. Do you wish to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve the Equity Metrics Data Initiative resolution.
A second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimously
Are we
approved.
giving him a presentation? We will at another time. I see Art back there waiting.
No, that's for him.
Oh.
That's for the celebrant. Okay, we move to item 23, which is a motion I will present. The subject is appointment of David Wright as interim general manager for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power effective August 17th, 2016, and appointment as the general manager effective upon confirmation by the mayor and city council, including the setting of compensation. I wrote out some remarks so as not to so as to try to shorten what they otherwise would have been. This resolution appoints David Wright as interim general manager effective tomorrow. It also appoints David Wright to the permanent general manager position subsequent to city council confirmation. And finally, this resolution also provides for the retention of the services of Ms. Edwards as a DWP employee for a number of months in order to ensure a smooth transition. Dave Wright is a 27-year public utility veteran with an extremely strong background in reliability, water and energy resources, infrastructure, and customer service. Dave has been at DWC since 2015, focusing on fixing the rather challenging billing system and improving customer service, after spending nearly a decade as general manager of Riverside Public Utilities. While he was with Riverside, he earned consistent praise for improving service to customers. He has also served as deputy general manager and CFO for Riverside Public Utilities and as CFO for the Las Vegas Valley Water District, the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and the Silver State Energy Association, overseeing a nearly $1 billion budget for the three water and electric organizations. With Dave's significant background in utilities finance and, very importantly, his intent focus on improving customer service through the work he has already started here under Marcy's leadership, I believe that Dave Wright is the right person to lead this department forward. He's already accomplished an enormous amount in a very short period of time. We are very, very lucky to have Dave being here at a time that we need a new general manager. And finally, with respect to the final part of the resolution, LADWP is a $5 billion operation, and retaining our outgoing general manager in a strategic advisory role to Dave, to the board, and to the policymakers for a transitional period not only makes sense, but is extraordinarily important. I would also note that this is common practice in other cities and private corporations. The general manager position, as we have all observed firsthand, is extraordinarily demanding, and the new GM will be expected to be running at full speed on day one. An overlap period will help manage workflow and provide for continuity, especially on highly complex issues that have significant potential monetary impacts on the department and on our customers. I believe it is prudent to retain an advisor with Ms. Edwards' background and extensive experience to help frame and inform the policy decisions we make. The overall goal is to ensure that LADWP keeps running smoothly and without the interruption that would occur with the sudden loss of institutional knowledge and experience of the outgoing general manager. And with that, I would ask my fellow board members to join me in support of the resolution before us, and I would ask if others wish to comment.
Are we voting on this? Or?
We will eventually, but it's discussion first.
Okay. I think that this is a great thing that we have this transition, the way it's handled, and that we're going to go and continue in the direction that Marcy Edwards has so ably brought us along, because I know when Marcy came in, I thought this was just a breath of fresh air. And I'm sad that you're not going to be here. But I'm really happy about Dave. I think you're just the perfect person for this job. And the general manager is really the face of DWP. And what better face than David Wright? And he is just...
Call you the face now. Call the face.
Well, Dave has such a great attitude. And it just is infectious and comes across. And you know, for too often, and Dave and I have talked about this was the place you love to hate. No more. Because with Dave, we're going to go in a different direction. And I think it's because Dave's priority is customer service, and he comes out of that. And it's not just lip service with Dave. He has proven that he really, he cares about the community, cares about the ratepayer. And look what he's done to that department. I mean, he's really turned it around. And so I just wish you the best of luck. And I'm certainly here, and we're here to support you in every way. And I'm just really thrilled that you're going to be our general manager.
I think it's really appropriate that this conversation is taking place today. 3 years ago today, the mayor named the four of us to join Christina on this board. We've seen our share of trials and tribulations of you over the past 3 years. Great organizations, kind of like great democracies, right, aren't known for having one great leader, because everybody gets lucky once. Right? But they're known for seamless transitions, right, for continuity. And I think that's what's really terrific about today is the ratepayers can expect from us, from this department, a seamless transition from one professional to another. And they are very lucky, even if they're not aware of it, about how seamless that transition is going to be. It's been terrific having Marcy here, but Marcy wants to save that for a big party that we're having later. It's really terrific having Dave here for all the points that Jill kind of highlighted about getting out in the field and doing ride-alongs and customer service and the public knowing who you are and you being a public face. I just think it's, and you have great taste in architecture. So welcome again, and thank you for taking this on. This is not, I know, I'm sure you had some questions, so thank you for taking this on. It's not an easy job.
I simply want to echo my fellow commissioners' comments. As you know, you have big shoes to fill, but I do think that the choice in selecting you to continue with this transition was an outstanding choice made or suggested by the mayor. And I feel that as fortunate as we've been to have Ms. Edwards, we are equally as fortunate to have you step in her place. So thank you.
I just want to add to the comment that I preempted in the last comment that I made, but and I want to thank, there's one person in particular here who's on his laptop right now who's been quiet the whole time, and that's your husband, Marcy, and behind every great leader is another spouse. And I want to thank you, Robert, and thank you, Marcy, for everything, everything, tears and all. And when I was at the neighborhood council meeting with Tony Wilkinson and Jack, our friend Jack Humphreyville, whom I like to acknowledge for the work that he does, you know, Dave got up and introduced the entire room to, you know, himself and brought out some more about himself. He introduced him to Vincent, and I thought that it was just great, just that he brought his family in to be part of and show his commitment and show your commitment to, you know, what, as Commissioner Fleming said, will be seamless transition. I mean, I think I've always thought this agency was great. I always thought that it was more about a matter of just getting the message out. You've done great, Marcy. We're going to take things and do things greater, and I'm so happy, Robert, that you are letting Marcy hopefully stick around if that's the way things work out. But I'm 110% in support of you, Dave, and your career here at DWP.
I just realized we have 2 speaker cards for this item, so before I make an additional comment, Barbara, do you want to call the 2 speakers?
Okay, the speakers, Tony Wilkinson, and after that, Deborah Bloom.
Well, I want to actually recognize there is on the ballot in November a DWP reform amendment, because there are some things that, if the public desires, we'll need charter changes to do. But I want to acknowledge that DWP reform is happening right now because of your board and its stability that we need in the department during this period. And when all the problems that existed in the old joint system, Mr. Wright got assigned to go over there and fix them, out of which we have a renewed administrative system services. There's a gentleman who's already been reforming DWP inside. And what an awesome opportunity to have this change right now. And to actually have our general manager, who's a world expert in integration and issues, be able to deal with that for whatever number of months that is wonderful. But my simple, a guy who can go in there and make all those tough decisions and deal with all those really bad deals. So he's a firm guy, and have him also be a nice person, someone that the public will absolutely love when they get to know him, is a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay, the next speaker is Deborah Bloom.
Deborah Bloom yields.
Deborah yields to me. So again, I'm Cindy Montañez here on behalf of Tree People, and here to say thank you to Marcy. I had the opportunity, as many of you know, to work with Marcy as we were trying to finalize the negotiation on the state water bond. And she stood there, with us, pushed us to ensure that ultimately, we got $900 million in the groundwater cleanup piece. And we hope, right, we've got our application in there, so I think, we will all continue to push to ensure that LADWP, gets that $316 million that is needed in order for us to move forward with the groundwater cleanup. So Marcy, thank you for your leadership on a lot of different issues, and for, in many ways, also serving as a role model for many women, including people like myself that were in executive management positions at public utilities, to have a strong woman like you being able to be there in water and energy on sustainability policies. We have a tremendous amount of respect for you, and on behalf of Tree People, you're loved deeply with Tree People for the work that you've done with the Greater Water LA Collaborative, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. And David, I loved you since I met you when you were doing stuff at SCAPA at Riverside. It's so wonderful to have you here at LADWP. Also consider us a partner. I think you'll see, like Marcy and everyone on the board that has worked with us. We value our relationship with DWP, and we intend to continue to do everything we possibly can to ensure the sustainability of Los Angeles and the success of the Department of Water and Power. So welcome, officially now as your role as a general manager. And so I just want to give Marcy, we planted a grove of trees in your honor. So we wanted to honor you for your service as LADWP's general manager and for your strong support of making LA a greener place. And this is on behalf of the Andy Lipkis and our Tree People family. Okay.
Well, I think just about everything has been said, but I want to add my own 2 cents worth to this, in large part just quoting my colleagues. Christina, I think, said it extremely perfectly, that Dave has big shoes to fill, but he will fill them admirably. And Tony's comments about Dave being a tough guy, but with a warm smile. That's who he is. He gets things done. He has accomplished an extraordinary amount already, and I loved your framing it, Tony, that he's been a reformer from the inside already. What he's done with customer service and billing, just think where we were before he got here. It's night and day. Marcy, we love you. You know that. You have personified DWP and done it beautifully. You were the absolutely essential person when you came here and have been the absolutely essential GM. And for this transition, we're very grateful that you're willing to stay here and assist. And going to the next stage, Dave is the perfect person. What he's already done has already demonstrated that. His combination of fortitude and geniality is invaluable. All the rest of my colleagues have already told you, Dave, how thrilled they are that you've agreed to take this position. Let me just join them in telling you how thrilled I am as well. So I have made well, let me make the motion that I summarized when I introduced the motion, that we appoint Dave as interim GM and then as permanent GM if approved by the council, and at the same time keep Marcy as on as an interim employee of the department to assist with the transition. I think the motion goes through December 31st with an option to extend it for an additional 3 months to be determined between now and the end of the year. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Dave, you're unanimously appointed to this new job.
Thanks, and I'll try to stay within my time limit. Okay. I just want to thank first the mayor and then the board for your confidence in me. It's an honor. It's exciting. It motivates me to do the best job I possibly can. You know, Marcy called me less than 2 years ago and made the offer, like, would you like to come here? I just pretty much said yes. I knew that
I
this
didn't
was...
tell him a lot then.
It's known as just an amazing organization. I mean, I worked with DWP when I was with Riverside for a couple decades, and it was a place that just sounded amazing to work for. Marcy did then, after I said yes, share why I should say no. But she talked a lot about there's challenges here, but that just made it more exciting because the challenges are what make the job exciting. She also, though, said what great people work here. And I have to tell you that it was absolutely right on. There are the most dedicated staff doing their best to provide as much as they can. Customer service is the person climbing the pole in a storm or fixing a water main when it's broken or on the phone. And as you've seen in the last few meetings, every year over the last several years, those employees are trying harder, they're doing better. The customers know that. And my goal is to keep that momentum going that Marcy started. I'm not going to say General Manager Edwards because we've known each other too long. The other reason I wanted to come here was to work with Marcy. I mean, she just, and I say with because she said that right from the beginning. This isn't a for, this is a with. I need your help. And I've just relied on her guidance and her feedback so much, and she's just done such a wonderful job. I look forward to doing my best here. And I paraphrased it a little bit different, but I told Marcy when she finally made the decision and said, I'd like to support you, I go, Marcy, you've got big heels to fill, and I will do my best to fill them. So that, thank you so much. I appreciate your support.
First of all, the visual of you in my heels is never going to go away. And secondly, boss, I was really impressed to hear fortitude and geniality in one sentence. I think that's pretty congratulatory. Very briefly, I want to thank this board. You have been incredible. You all are aware when I started, it was a whirlwind, literally. There was no one in the office. There was really no way to start except to start. And you backed me every step of the way. You've been nothing but supportive. You've been challenging, and that's appropriate. That's the role of a board, is to ensure items get the proper vetting and support, that they're in the best interests of the public. And I think you've done a great job of that. As was mentioned, I'll be here in an advisory capacity through December, and then if there's items that are still ongoing, Dave will decide at that point if an extension is worth it. One of the big focuses I'm going to have is helping to further inform this board on some of the large industry shifts and changes that are out there, and start to suggest ways in which we might pursue those changes, how we would want to necessarily position ourselves. And so I'm looking forward to that. I'd like really to close by acknowledging Dave. It's all been said, and it's accurate. I've known him for a long time. He'll be a solid GM, and he comes with my 100% recommendation. And finally, and Dave stole my thunder, and I think I taught him this, you close by acknowledging the people who are really doing the work. Over 9,000 employees every day give their all to the citizens of this city, and a lot of it goes unnoticed. You know, people just aren't aware when they flip a switch or they turn the handle on their sink, all of the hours of labor and focus that go into making that happen as seamlessly and as high quality as it does. So I would encourage you well past my tenure to continue to remember that it is in fact the employees that make this place work, and to acknowledge that frequently and often, and do get out in the field and do meet our employees, see what they do. You'll be incredibly impressed. And again, thank you all very much.
Well, on those appropriate notes, we are now adjourned.